The Book of Sacred Worship. Chapter 1. I announce and carry out this worship for the Creator, Lord of Wisdom, the radiant and glorious, the greatest and the best, the most beautiful to our conceptions, the most firm, the wisest, and the one of all whose body is the most perfect, who attains his ends the most infallibly, because of his truth, to him who disposes our minds correctly, who sends his joy-creating grace far away, who made us and has fashioned us, and who has nourished and protected us, who is the most bounteous Spirit. I announce and carry out this worship to good mind, and to the highest truth, and to ideal power, and to holy devotion, and to the two, the Lord of wholeness and the Lord of immortality, to the body of the sacred cow, and to the sacred cow's soul, and to the fire of the Lord of wisdom, that one who more than all the holy immortals has made most effort for our aid. I announce and carry out this worship for truthful, the masters of truth to master of worship, truth sanctified, master of truth. And I celebrate and I carry out this worship for the flowing one and for community, truth sanctified, masters of truth. I announce and carry out this worship for the one of the divine covenant of wide pastures, of the 1,000 ears, and of the myriad eyes, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name, and for power of delight. I announce and carry out this worship for midday, the truth-sanctified master of truth, and for the creator of livestock, and for resonance, the holy masters of truth. And I celebrate and carry out this worship to truth the best, and to the fire of the Lord of wisdom. I announce and carry out this worship for late day, the truth-sanctified master of truth, and for first man and community, the truth-sanctified masters of truth, and for that lofty Lord Son of waters, the Son of waters, and for the waters which Lord of wisdom made. I announce and carry out this worship for the day's end and life-giver, the truth-sanctified masters of truth, and for the spiritual leader, and for him who possesses and who gives that prosperity in life which furthers all. And I celebrate and carry out this worship for the spirits of the righteous dead of the saints, and for those of the women who have many sons, and for a prosperous home life which continues without reverse throughout the year, and for that might which is well-shaped and stately, which strikes victoriously, Lord made, and for that victorious ascendancy which it secures. I announce and carry out this worship for dawn, the truth-sanctified master of truth, and for spiritual growth and the spiritual dwelling space, the truth-sanctified masters of truth, and for divine conscience, companion of blessing, possessing rewards, victorious, who furthers the world, and the very straight judgment and justice, who further the world, who augment the world. I announce and carry out this worship for the moon, the monthly festivals, masters of truth, for the new and the later moon, the truth-sanctified master of truth, and for the full moon which scatters night. I announce and carry out this worship for the divine guidance, yearly feasts, the truth-sanctified masters of truth. I celebrate and carry out this worship for early spring, the truth-sanctified master of truth, and for midsummer, the truth-sanctified master of truth, and for late summer, and for the purification ritual, the advancer and the spender of the strength of males, the truth-sanctified master of truth, and for midwinter, the truth-sanctified master of truth, and for the festival of souls, the truth-sanctified master of truth. Yes, I celebrate and carry out this worship for the seasons, masters of truth. I announce and carry out this worship for all those who are the 33 masters of truth, which, coming the nearest, are around about master of worship, and which, as in their festivals, were instituted by Lord of Wisdom, and were promulgated by the Wonder-worker as the masters of the sacred order. I announce and carry out this worship for the two, for the Lord and the one of the divine covenant, the lofty and the everlasting, and the truth sanctified, and for all the stars which are divine spirits' creatures, and for the star of fertility, the resplendent and glorious, and for the moon which contains the seed of the sacred cow, and for the resplendent sun, the swift-horsed, the eye of the Lord of wisdom, and for the one of the divine covenant, the province ruler. And I celebrate and carry out this worship for the Lord of wisdom once again, and as to him who rules the month, the radiant, the glorious, and for the spiritual guardians of the saints. I announce and carry out this worship for you, O fire, son of the Lord of wisdom, together with all the fires, and for the good waters, even for all the waters made by wisdom, and for all the plants which wisdom made. I announce and carry out this worship for the bounteous sacred word, the truth sanctified and effective, the revelation given against the divine beings to be rejected, the wonder-worker follower revelation, and for the long descent of the good worshipper of wisdom faith. I announce and carry out this worship for the good-bearing mountain, the wisdom made, with its sacred brilliance, and for all the mountains glorious with sanctity, with their abundant glory wisdom made, and for that majestic glory wisdom made, the unconsumed glory which wisdom made. And I announce and carry out this worship for blessing the good, the blessedness of the reward, and for the good religious knowledge, for the good integrity, and for the good the state of truth persisting zeal, and to the glory and the benefit which our wisdom made. I announce and carry out this worship for the pious and good blessing of the religious man, the truth sanctified, and for the curse of wisdom, the swift and redoubted one worthy of worship of potency to blight. I announce and carry out this worship for these places and these lands, and for these pastures, and these abodes with their springs of water, and for the waters, land, and plants, and for this earth, and for yon heaven, and for the truth sanctified wind, and for the stars, moon, and sun, and for the eternal stars without beginning and self-disposing, and for all the truth-sanctified creatures of divine spirit, male and female, the regulators of truth. I announce and carry out this worship for that lofty Lord who is the truth itself, and for the masters of the days in their duration, and of the days during daylight, for the moons, the years, and the seasons, which are masters of truth at the time of master of worship. I announce and carry out this worship for the spirits of the righteous dead of the saints, the redoubted, which overwhelm the evil, for those of the saints of the ancient lore, for those of the next of kin, and for the spirit of the righteous dead of my own soul. I announce and carry out this worship for all the masters of truth, and for all the divine spirits, the beneficent who dispose of all correctly, for those both heavenly and earthly, who meet for our sacrifice and respect because of the sacred order. O Master of worship, truth-sanctified Master of truth, and the flowing one, midday and late day, and the day's end, and life-giver, you who aids life. If I have offended you, and you, O dawn, truth-sanctified Master of truth, if I have offended you, whether by thought or word or deed, whether by act of will or without intent or wish, I earnestly make up the deficiency of this in praise to you. If I have caused decrease in that which is your worship and your respect, I announce and carry out to you the more for this. Yes, all you masters, the greatest ones, truth-sanctified masters of truth, if I have offended you by thought or word or deed, whether with my will or without intending error, I praise you now the more for this. I announce to you the more if I have caused decrease in this which is your worship and your praise. I would confess myself a wisdom worshipper of the wonder-worker's order, a foe to the divine beings to be rejected, devoted to the lore of the Lord, for Master of worship, the truth-sanctified Master of truth, for his sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and praise, for the flowing one and for community, the truth-sanctified Master of truth, for his sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals and praise, and for the sacrifice, respect, favor, winning appeals and praise of the masters of the days in their duration, and of the days during daylight, for those of the monthly festivals, and for those of the yearly ones, and for those of the seasons. Chapter 2. I desire the drink offerings for this worship. I desire the wand for this worship. I desire the wand for this worship. I desire the drink offerings for this worship. I desire the drink offerings together with wand for this worship. I desire the wand together with the drink offerings for this worship. With this drink offering I desire this wand for this worship. With this wand I desire this drink offering for this worship. This wand with the drink offering I desire for this worship. I desire for this worship this wand with this drink offering, and with its thread, and spread with truth. With this drink offering and wand I desire for this worship the righteous followers of the Lord of wisdom, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the well-ruling, judicious, holy immortals. With this drink offering and wand I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified truthful, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified Master of worship, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the flowing one and the truth-sanctified community, the Master of truth. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures, of the 1,000 ears, of the 10,000 eyes, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name. I desire for this worship power of delight. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified midday, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the first created animal life, and the truth-sanctified lineage, the Master of truth. With this drink offering and wand I desire for this worship the sacred order and spiritual purifier, the Son of the Lord of wisdom. With this drink offering and wand I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified late day, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the first man and the truth-sanctified group, the Master of truth. With this drink offering and wand I desire for this worship the High Lord, the kingly and brilliant sons of the water, of swift horses, and likewise the water, wisdom made and holy. With this drink offering and wand I desire for this worship the truth sanctified the day's end life-giver, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the first creation of all things, and the truth sanctified teachings of the wonder-worker, the Master of truth. With this drink offering and wand I desire for this worship the good, mighty, bountiful spiritual guardians of the truth sanctified. I desire for this worship the women who have many sons, and I desire for this worship the divine guidance of divine wisdom, and I desire for this worship the well-formed, stately mother, and I desire for this worship the Lord-given divine being of victory, and I desire for this worship the triumphing peace. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified divine dawn, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the spiritual growth and the truth-sanctified spiritual dwelling space, the Master of truth. With this drink offering and wand I desire for this worship divine conscience, companion of blessing, fair of form, victorious, furthering the world, truth sanctified, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the straightest judgment, and I desire for this worship justice, who furthers the settlements and causes them to increase. With this drink offering and wand I desire for this worship the truth sanctified moon, monthly festivals, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the truth sanctified inner divine harmony, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the full moon and the truth-sanctified poisoner, the Master of truth. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified yearly festivals, the Master of truth. I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified early spring, the Master of truth. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified midsummer, the Master of Truth. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified early fall season, the Master of Truth. With this drink offering and ritual twigs, I desire for this worship the late fall season, the Promoter, who spends the strength of males, truth-sanctified, the Master of Truth. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified midwinter, the Master of Truth. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified spring equinox, the Master of Truth. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the truth-sanctified yearly festivals, the Masters of Truth. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship all of the Masters of Truth, the 33 who come the nearest round about our Master of Worships, who are masters of the sacred order, which were inculcated by wisdom and spoken forth by the wonder-worker. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the Lord and the one of the divine covenant, the lofty, eternal, and truth-sanctified too. I desire for this worship the stars and moon and sun and, with the wand plants, and the one of the divine covenant, the governor of all the provinces. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the radiant and glorious Lord of Wisdom. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the good, heroic, bountiful spiritual guardians of the truth sanctified. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship you, the truth-sanctified, spiritual purifier, the Son of the Lord of Wisdom, the Master of Truth, with all fires. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the good, best, wisdom-made, truth-sanctified water. I desire for this worship all the wisdom-made, truth-sanctified waters. I desire for this worship all the wisdom-made, truth-sanctified plants. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the bounteous sacred word, the most glorious. I desire for this worship the law instituted against the divine beings to be rejected. I desire for this worship the wonder-worker, follower law. I desire for this worship the long tradition. I desire for this worship the good worshipper of wisdom, religion. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the mountain of consciousness, wisdom made, the one worthy of worship, possessing the ease of truth. I desire for this worship all mountains possessed of ease of truth, full of ease, wisdom made, truth sanctified, the masters of truth. I desire for this worship the strong, wisdom-made, divine radiance of the sage kings. I desire for this worship the strong, wisdom-made, ungraspable, divine radiance. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the good blessing, the brilliant, tall, vigorous, fair of form, self-sufficient. I desire for this worship the wisdom-made, divine radiance. I desire for this worship the wisdom-made prosperity. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship the pious and good blessing. I desire for this worship the pious, truth-sanctified man, and I desire for this worship the strong, brave one worthy of worship teaching through analogy. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship these waters and lands and plants. I desire for this worship these places, districts and pastures, and these dwellings with their springs of water, and this land ruler, who is Lord of Wisdom. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship all the greatest masters, the day lords, the month lords, those of the years, and of the seasons, and the good, mighty, beneficent, spiritual guardians of the truth sanctified. With this drink offering and wand, I desire for this worship all the truth-sanctified divine spirits. I desire for this worship all the masters of truth, master of worship at his time, and the flowing one and community at their times, and all the greatest masters at their times. Chapter 3. With a wand brought to its appointed place accompanied with the sacred water at the time of master of worship, I desire to approach the sacrificial offering with my praise as it is consumed, and likewise, Lord of immortality, as the guardian of plants and wood, and the Lord of wholeness who guards the water, with the fresh meat, for the favor-winning appeals of the Lord of wisdom, and of the bountiful immortals, and for the favor-winning appeals of divine conscience, who is obedience the blessed, who is endowed with sanctity, and who slays with the blow of victory, and causes the settlements to advance. And I desire to approach divine plant and sacred divine plant with my praise for the favor-winning appeals of the spiritual guardian of the wonder-worker, the saint. And I desire to approach the sacred wood with my praise, with the perfume, for the favor-winning appeals of you, the fire, O Lord of wisdom's Son. And I desire to approach the divine plants with my praise for the favor-winning appeals of the good waters which wisdom created. And I desire to approach the divine plant water, and the fresh milk with my praise, and the divine plant Lord, offered with sanctity for the favor-winning appeals of the waters which our wisdom made. And I desire to approach this wand with the sacred water with my praise, with its binding and spread with sanctity for the favor-winning appeals of the bountiful immortals. And I desire with my voice the thoughts well thought, and the words well spoken, and the deeds well done, and the recital of the songs as they are heard. And I desire to approach the well-said divine words with my praise, and this higher lordship with this sanctity, and this exact regulation of the judge, and the reverential prayer for blessings spoken at the fitting hour. And I desire to approach them for the contentment and favor-winning appeals of the holy ones, worthy of worship, heavenly and earthly, and for the contentment of each man's soul. And I desire to approach the truthful with my praise, the lords of the ritual order, and the divine invocation, and the flowing one, and community, the holy lords of the ritual order. And I desire to approach with the act of worship of the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures, of the 1,000 ears, of the myriad eyes, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name, and with him spiritual protection. And I desire to approach the Lord of brightness with my praise, the holy Lord of the ritual order, and the creator of livestock and lineage, and righteousness the best, and the Lord of wisdom's fire, and full listening, and life-giver, and the original creator of sustenance, and spiritual leader, with the act of worship of the spiritual guardians of the saints, and of the women who have many sons, and the year-long unchanged prosperity, and of might, the well-shaped and stately, slaying victoriously, Lord made, and of the victorious ascendancy which it secures. And I desire to approach divine dawn, spiritual growth, and the spiritual dwelling space, with the act of worship of divine conscience, the sacred, the holy, who slays with the blow of victory, and makes the settlements advance, and with that of judgment, the most just, and justice who furthers the settlements, and causes them to increase. And I desire to approach the monthly festivals, the lords of the ritual order, and the new moon, and the waning moon, and the full moon which scatters night, and the yearly festivals, mid-spring, mid-summer, divine rule, and spiritual purification, the breeder who spends the strength of males, and mid-year, and festival of souls, and the seasons, lords of the ritual order, and all those lords who are the 33, who approach the nearest at the time of divine invocation, who are the lords of truth, called the most excellent, and whose services were inculcated by wisdom, and pronounced by the wonder-worker as the feasts of righteousness, the best. And I desire to approach Lord, and the one of the divine covenant, the lofty and imperishable too, the holy, and with the act of worship of those stars which are the creatures of divine spirit, and with the act of worship of the star of fertility, the radiant, the glorious, and with that of the moon which contains the seed of cattle, and with that of the resplendent sun, the eye of the Lord of wisdom, and of the one of the divine covenant, province Lord of the provinces, and with that of the Lord of wisdom, as he rules this day the radiant, the glorious, and with that of the spiritual guardians of the saints, who rule this month. And with your act of worship, the fires, O Lord of wisdom's Son, with all the fires, and to the good waters with the act of worship of all the waters, which are wisdom made, and with that of all the plants which wisdom made. And I desire to approach with the act of worship of the holy prayer, the holy, the effective, the law composed against the divine beings to be rejected, the wonder-workers, and with that of the long descent of the religion which wisdom gave. And I desire to approach with the act of worship of the mountain of consciousness, wisdom made, and of all, glorious with sanctity, and abundant in brilliance, and with that of the kingly glory, wisdom made, yes, with that of the unconsumed glory which wisdom made, and with that of the best blessing, and with that of the good integrity, and the good, the state of truth, and the good glory, and of the benefit which wisdom gave. And I desire to approach with the act of worship of the good and pious blessing of the pious man and of the saint, and with that of the awful and swift curse of the wise, the one worthy of worship curse, and to these places, regions, pastures, and abodes, with their water springs, and with that of the waters, and the lands, and the plants, and with that of this earth and yon heaven, and with that of the holy wind, and of the stars, moon and sun, and with that of the stars without beginning, self-determined and self-moved, and with that of all the holy creatures which are those of divine spirit, male and female, regulators of the ritual order, and with that of the lofty Lord, who is righteousness himself, the essence of the ritual, and with that of the days in their duration, and of the days during daylight, and with that of the monthly festivals and the yearly festivals, and with those of the several seasons which are lords of the ritual at the time of divine invocation. And I desire to approach the meat offering with an act of worship, and the Lord of wholeness, who guards the water, and the Lord of immortality, who guards the plants and wood, with the act of worship of the sacred flesh for the favor-winning appeals of divine conscience, the blessed and the mighty, whose body is the divine word, of him of the daring spear, the lordly, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name. And I desire to approach both divine plant and the divine plant juice with an act of worship for the favor-winning appeals of the spiritual guardian of the pure wonder-worker, the saint, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name. And I desire to approach the wood billets with an act of worship, with the perfume for the favor-winning appeals of you, the fire, O Lord of wisdom's Son, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name. And I desire to approach with an act of worship for the mighty spiritual guardians of the saints, the overwhelming, the spiritual guardians of those who held to the ancient lore, and of those of the next of kin. And I desire to approach toward all the lords of the ritual order with an act of worship, toward all the good ones worthy of worship, heavenly and earthly, who are set for worship and for praise because of the sacred order of righteousness, the best. I will confess myself a worshipper of wisdom, of the wonder-worker's order, a foe to the divine beings, to be rejected, devoted to the lore of the Lord for divine invocation, the holy Lord of the ritual order, for sacrifice, respect, favor, winning appeals, and for praise, and for the flowing one and community, the holy lords of the ritual order, and for the sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and praise of the day lords of the days in their duration, and of the days during daylight, and for the month regulators, and the year regulators, and for those of the several seasons, for their sacrifice and respect, their favor-winning appeals, and their praise. The divine invoker speaks, as the Lord to be revered and chosen, let the sage leader speak forth to me. The judge responds, as the Lord to be revered and chosen, let him who is the divine invoker speak forth to me. The divine invoker again, so let the judge from his righteousness, holy and learned, speak forth. Chapter 4. These good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, these divine plants, meat offerings, and sacrificial offerings, this wand spread with sanctity, this flesh, and the two, Lord of wholeness, who guards the water, and the Lord of immortality, who guards the plants and wood, even the flesh, the divine plant and divine plant juice, the wood billets and their perfume, this sacred lordship and chieftainship, and the timely prayer with blessing, and the heard recital of the songs, and the well-said divine words, these all we offer, and make known with celebrations here. Yes, these do we announce with celebrations, and we present them to the Lord of wisdom, and to divine conscience the blessed, and to the bountiful immortals, and to the spiritual guardians of the saints, and to their souls, and to the fire of the Lord of wisdom, the lofty Lord of the entire creation of the holy, for sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and praise. Yes, further, we present them to the bountiful immortals with an especial gift, these thoughts well thought, these words well spoken, these deeds well done, these divine plants, sacrificial offerings, and this wand spread with sanctity, the flesh and the Lord of wholeness, who guards the water, and the Lord of immortality, who guards the plants and wood, even the flesh, the divine plant and sacred divine plant, the wood billets, the perfume, and this their lordship and their sanctity, and this chieftainship, this prayer for blessing, the heard recital of the songs, and the well-said divine words. We offer with our celebrations, and we announce them of a verity to the bountiful immortals, those who exercise their rule correctly, and who dispose of all correctly, the ever-living, ever-helpful, the male divinities among their number who dwell with the good mind. And we announce them in our celebrations as more propitious for this house, and for the furtherance of this house, of its herds, and of its men, of those now born, and of those yet to be born, the holy, yes, for the furtherance of that house of which these men are thus. And we present these offerings to the good spiritual guardians of the saints, who are mighty and overwhelming for the aid of the saints. Yes, we present these hereby to the Creator Lord of wisdom, the radiant, the glorious, and the heavenly Spirit, for the sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and praise of the bountiful immortals all. And we present these hereby to the day lords of the ritual order, to divine invocation, to the flowing one, and to community, the holy lords of the ritual order, for sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and for praise, and to the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures, and the 1,000 ears, and the myriad eyes, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name. And to the Lord of brightness, the creator of livestock and lineage, the holy lords of the ritual order, and to righteousness the best, and to the Lord of wisdom's fire, and to divine power, first man, and land, the holy lords of the ritual order, and to that lofty Lord Son of waters, and to the water wisdom made, and to full listening, the life furtherer, and to the universal renewal and spiritual leader, the holy lords of the ritual order, and to the spiritual guardians of the saints, and to the women who bring forth many sons, and to the prosperous home life which endures without reverse throughout the year, and to force, well-shaped and stately, and to the blow of victory which wisdom gives, and to the victorious ascendancy which it secures, for their sacrifice, respect, their favor-winning appeals, and their praise. And to divine dawn, with spiritual growth and the spiritual dwelling space, and divine conscience the blessed, slaying with the blow of victory, and furthering the settlements, and to judgment, the most just, and to Arstat, furthering the settlements, and causing them to increase. And these we announce and we present hereby to the month lords of the ritual order, to the new moon and the waning moon, the moon within, and to the full moon which scatters night, the holy lord of the ritual order, for their sacrifice, respect, their favor, winning appeals, and their praise. And these we announce hereby and we present to the yearly festivals, to mid-spring, midsummer, divine kingdom, and to spiritual purification, to mid-year, festival of souls, and to the seasons as holy lords of the ritual order, for sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and for praise. And these we announce and we present hereby to all those lords who are the 33 lords of the ritual order, who approach the nearest around about our divine invocation, and which are the festivals of righteousness, the best, inculcated by wisdom, and uttered forth by the wonder-worker for their sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and praise. And these we announce and we present to the Lord and to the one of the divine covenant, the lofty and imperishable and holy too, to the stars, the creatures of divine spirit, and to the star of fertility, the radiant, the glorious, and to the moon which contains the seed of cattle, and to the resplendent sun, of the swift horses, Lord of wisdom's eye, and to the one of the divine covenant, the Lord of provinces, for their sacrifice, respect, their favor-winning appeals, and their praise. Yes, these we present hereby to the Lord of wisdom as he rules this day, and to the spiritual guardians of the saints as they rule this month, for their sacrifice, respect, their favor-winning appeals, and their praise. And these we announce hereby to you, the fire, O Lord of wisdom's Son, with all the fires for your sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and praise, and to the good waters for the sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and praise of all the waters wisdom made, and to all the plants which wisdom made, and to the holy prayer, the holy, the effective, the law against the divine beings to be rejected, the wonder-worker's statute, and to the long descent of the good worshipper of wisdom religion. And these we announce and we present hereby to the mountain of consciousness, wisdom made, brilliant with sanctity, and to all the mountains shining with their holiness, abundantly luminous, and wisdom made, and to the kingly glory, the unconsumed glory, wisdom made, and to the good blessedness, and the good religious knowledge, and the good rectitude, and to the good, the state of truth, and to the glory and the benefit which wisdom created. And these we offer and present to the pious and good blessing of the pious, and to the swift and dreadful one worthy of worship, the curse of wisdom. And to these places, pastures and dwellings with their springs of water, their rivers, to the lands and to the plants, to this earth and yon heaven, to the holy wind, to the stars, moon and sun, to the stars without beginning, self-disposed, and to all the holy creatures of the divine spirit, male and female, the rulers as they are of the ritual order. And these we announce and we present hereby to that lofty Lord who is truth, the ritual righteousness itself, to the day lords and the month lords, the year lords, and the seasons, who are the lords of the ritual at the time of divine invocation, and for their sacrifice, respect, their favor-winning appeals, and their praise. Yes, these we announce and we present to divine conscience, the blessed and mighty, whose body is the divine word, him of the daring spear, the lordly one, and to the holy spiritual guardian of the pure wonder-worker, the saint. And these we announce and we present to you, the fire, O Lord of wisdom's Son, for your sacrifice, respect, your favor-winning appeals, and your praise. And these we announce and we present to the spiritual guardians of the saints, the mighty and overwhelming, of the saints of the ancient lore, and of the next of kin. And these we announce and we present hereby to all the good ones worthy of worship, earthly and heavenly, who meet for sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and for praise, because of the sacred order, who is righteousness the best. We worship the bountiful immortals who rule correctly, and who dispose of all correctly, and that one of beings do we worship whose superior service in the sacrifice Lord of Wisdom knows, and from his righteousness which he maintains, and those of all female beings do we worship whose higher service is thus likewise known. Yes, all male and female beings do we worship who are such. Chapter 6. We worship the Creator Lord of Wisdom with our sacrifice, and the bountiful immortals who rule correctly and who dispose of all correctly. And we worship the truthful with our sacrifice and divine invocation, the flowing one and community, the holy lords of the ritual order, and the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures, of the 1,000 ears and myriad eyes, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name. And we worship spiritual protection. And we worship the Lord of brightness with our sacrifice, and the Creator of livestock, and the lineage, and righteousness the best, and the fire, Lord of wisdom's Son, holy lords of the ritual order. And we worship divine power, and first man and land, the holy Lord of the ritual order, and that kingly Lord, the radiant Son of waters, of the fleet horses, and the water holy, and wisdom made. And we worship full listening and life-giver in our sacrifice, the holy Lord of the ritual order, and the universal renewal and the spiritual leader, the holy Lord of the ritual order, and the good, heroic, bountiful spiritual guardians of the saints, and the women who bring forth many sons, and the prosperous home life which endures without reverse throughout the year, and force which is well shaped and stately, and the blow which brings the victory which is Lord-given, and the victorious ascendancy which it secures. And we worship divine dawn with our sacrifice, and spiritual growth, and the spiritual dwelling space, and divine conscience the blessed, and the stately who slays with victory, and makes the settlements advance, and judgment, the most just, and justice who makes the settlements advance, and causes them to increase, the holy lords of the ritual order. And we worship the moon in our sacrifice, the new moon and the waning moon, the moon within, and the full moon which scatters night, the holy Lord of the ritual order. And we worship the yearly festivals in our sacrifice, mid-spring, mid-summer, late summer, and spiritual purification, the furtherer or breeder, the spender of virile strength, and mid-year, the holy Lord of the ritual order, and festival of souls, and the seasons in which they are. And we worship with our sacrifice all the lords of the ritual order, who are the 30 who approach the nearest around about us at divine invocation, who are the lords of righteousness the best, and whose observances were inculcated by Lord of Wisdom and uttered forth by the Wonder-worker. And we worship the Lord and the one of the divine covenant with our sacrifice, the lofty and imperishable, and holy too, and the stars, moon, and sun, among the plants of the wand, and the one of the divine covenant, the province Lord of all the provinces, even Lord of Wisdom, the radiant, the glorious, and the good, valiant and bountiful spiritual guardians of the saints. And we worship you, the fire, Lord of Wisdom's Son, together with all the fires and the good waters, the best and wisdom made, and holy, even all the waters which are wisdom made, and holy, and all the plants which wisdom made. And we worship the holy prayer with our sacrifice, the glorious and of a truth, the law revealed against the divine beings to be rejected, the wonder-worker's law, and we worship with our sacrifice its long descent, and the good worshipper of wisdom, religion. And we worship the mountain of consciousness, the wisdom maid, the glorious one worthy of worship, shining with holiness, and all the mountains that shine with holiness, with abundant brilliance, wisdom maid, the holy lords of the ritual order. And we worship the mighty kingly glory wisdom maid, the mighty glory, unconsumed and wisdom maid, and the good sanctity, the brilliant, the lofty, the powerful and the stately, delivering men with its inherent power. Yes, we worship the glory and the benefit which our wisdom made. And we worship the pious and good blessing with our sacrifice, and the pious man, the saint, and that one worthy of worship, the mighty curse of wisdom. And we worship these waters, lands, and plants, these places, districts, pastures, and abodes with their springs of water, and we worship this Lord of the district with our sacrifice, who is Lord of wisdom himself. And we worship all the greatest lords, the day lords in the day's duration, and the day lords during daylight, and the month lords, and the year lords. And we worship the Lord of wholeness, who guards the water, and the Lord of immortality, who guards the plants and the wood, and divine conscience the blessed and the stately, who slays with the blow of victory, and makes the settlements advance, the holy Lord of the ritual order. And we worship the divine plant with our sacrifice and the divine plant juice. And we worship the sacred spiritual guardian of the pure wonder worker, the saint. And we worship the wood billets and the perfume and you, the fire, Lord of wisdom's son, the holy Lord of the ritual order. And we worship the good, heroic, bountiful spiritual guardians of the saints. And we worship all the holy ones worthy of worship, and all the lords of the ritual order at the time of divine invocation, and the flowing one, and all the greatest lords at their proper time. The holiest prayer follows. As a Lord revered and to be chosen, the sage leader speaks forth to me, the divine invoker. So let the judge from his righteousness, holy and learned, speak forth. Chapter 7. With a complete and sacred offering I offer and I give this meat offering, and with it, Lord of wholeness, who guards the water, and the Lord of immortality, who guards the plants and the wood, and the flesh of the sacred cow of blessed gift, for the favor-winning appeals of the Lord of wisdom, and of the bountiful immortals all, and for the favor-winning appeals of divine conscience the blessed, endowed with sanctity, who slays with the blow of victory, and who causes the settlements to advance. And I offer the divine plant and divine plant juice with a complete and sacred offering for the favor-winning appeals of the spiritual guardian of the pure wonder worker, the saint. And I offer the wood billets with the perfume for your favor-winning appeals, the fires, O Lord of wisdom's son. And I offer the divine plants with a complete and sacred offering for favor-winning appeals for the good waters wisdom made. And I offer this divine plant water with scrupulous exactness and with sanctity, and this fresh milk, and the divine plant Lord uplifted with a complete and sacred offering for the favor-winning appeals of the waters which are wisdom made. And I offer this wand with its sacred water and with its binding for a girdle spread with complete sanctity and order for the favor-winning appeals of the bountiful immortals. And I offer with my voice the thoughts well thought, the words well spoken, and the deeds well done, and the heard recital of the songs, the divine words well composed and well delivered, and this lordship, and this sanctity, and this ritual mastership, and the timely prayer for blessings, with a complete and sacred offering for the favor-winning appeals of the holy ones worthy of worship, heavenly and earthly, and for the contentment of the individual soul. And I offer to the truthful with a complete and sacred offering, as lords of the ritual order, and to divine invocation, and to the flowing one, and community, holy lords of the ritual order, and to the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures, of the 1,000 ears and myriad eyes, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name, and to spiritual protection. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to the Lord of brightness, the Holy Lord of the ritual order. And I offer to the Creator of livestock, and to the lineage, and to the sacred order who is righteousness the best, and to the Lord of wisdom's fire. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to divine power, first man, and to the Holy Lord of the ritual order, and to that lofty Lord Son of waters, and to the waters which wisdom created. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to full listening, the life furtherer, and to the universal renewal, and to the spiritual leader, and to the spiritual guardians of the saints, and to the women who have many sons, and to the prosperous home life which endures without reverse throughout the year, and to force, the well-shaped and stately, and to the blow which slays with victory Lord given, and to the victorious ascendancy which it secures. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to divine dawn, the Holy Lord of the ritual order, and to spiritual growth and the spiritual dwelling space, and to divine conscience the blessed, endowed with sanctity, who slays with the blow of victory and makes the settlements advance, and to judgment the most just, and to justice who furthers the settlements and causes them to increase. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to the moon, lords of the ritual order, to the new and the waning moon, the moon within, and to the full moon which scatters night, holy lords of the ritual order. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to the yearly festivals, the lords of the ritual order, to mid-spring and mid-summer, to late summer, and to spiritual purification, the furtherer, the breeder, the spender of the strength of males, and to mid-year and festival of souls, holy lords of the ritual order. And I offer with sanctity to the several seasons, the lords of the ritual order. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to all those lords who are the 33, who approach the nearest round about our divine invocation, and who are the lords of truth, the ritual by eminence, of righteousness, who is the best, whose observances are inculcated as precepts by wisdom, and uttered forth by the wonder-worker. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to the Lord and the one of the divine covenant, the lofty and imperishable, and holy too, and to the stars which are the creatures of divine spirit, and to the star of fertility, the radiant, the glorious, and to the moon which contains the seed of cattle in its beams, and to the resplendent sun of the fleet horses, the eye of the Lord of wisdom, and to the one of the divine covenant, the Lord of the provinces. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to the Lord of wisdom, the resplendent, the glorious, who rules this day, and to the spiritual guardians of the saints who name the month. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to you, the fire, O Lord of wisdom's Son, together with all the fires, and to the good waters, even to the waters which are wisdom made, and to all the plants which wisdom made. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to the holy prayer, the holy, the effective, revealed against the divine beings to be rejected, the wonder-worker's law, and to the long descent of the good religion, of the worshipper of wisdom faith. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to the mountain of consciousness, the wisdom made, brilliant with holiness, and to all the mountains shining with holiness, of abundant brightness, and which wisdom made, and to the royal glory unconsumed, and wisdom made. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to the best blessing, and to the best, and to integrity, and to the state of truth, and to the glory and the benefit which wisdom made. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to the good and pious prayer for blessings of the pious man, and to that one worthy of worship, the swift and dreadful curse of the wise. And I offer with a complete and sacred blessing to these places, districts, pastures, and abodes, with their springs of water, and to the waters and the lands, and the plants, and to this earth and yon heaven, and to the holy wind, and to the stars, and the moon, even to the stars without beginning to their course, the self-appointed, and to all the holy creatures of divine spirit, be they male or female, regulators as they are of the ritual order. And I offer with a complete and sacred blessing to that lofty Lord who is righteousness, the best, and the day lords, the lords of the days during their duration, and to those of the days during daylight, and to the month lords and the year lords, and to those of the seasons, the lords who are lords of the ritual, and at the time of divine invocation. And I offer the sacrificial offering, meat offering, with a complete and sacred offering, and the Lord of wholeness who guards the water, and the Lord of immortality who guards the wood, and the flesh of the sacred cow of blessed gift, for the favor-winning appeals of divine conscience the blessed, whose body is the divine word, him of the daring spear, the lordly, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name. And I offer the divine plant and the divine plant juice for the favor-winning appeals of the spiritual guardian of the pure wonder-worker, the saint, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name. And I offer the wood billets with the perfume for your favor-winning appeals, the fires, Lord of Wisdom's Son, the one worthy of worship of the spoken name. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to the spiritual guardians of the saints, the mighty and overwhelming, to those of the saints of the ancient lore, and to those of the next of kin. And I offer with a complete and sacred offering to all the lords of the ritual order, and to all the good ones worthy of worship, heavenly and earthly, who meet for sacrifice and respect, because of truth, who is the most excellent of righteousness, who is the best. May that approach to us, and with a sacred blessing, O Lord, whose benefits the offerers are seeking for. Your praisers and divine word speakers, O Lord of wisdom, may we be named. We desire it, and such may we be. What reward, O Lord of wisdom? Adapted to myself you have appointed unto souls. Of this bestow upon us for this world and for that of mind. Yes, do you bestow so much of this as that we may attain to your ruling protection and to that of righteousness forever. We sacrifice to the will of the Lord and to the veracious word correctly uttered, and to the good and pious prayer for blessings, and to the dreadful curse of the wise, the one worthy of worship, and to the Lord of wholeness and the Lord of immortality, and to the flesh of the sacred cow of blessed gift, and to the divine plant and divine plant juice, and to the wood billets and the perfume, for the praise of the pious and good prayer for blessings. To that one of beings do we sacrifice whose superior fidelity in the sacrifice Lord of wisdom knows through his righteousness within him. Yes, even to those female saints do we sacrifice whose superior sanctity is thus known. We sacrifice to all both males and females whose superiority is such. The judge speaks. As a Lord revered and to be chosen, he who is the divine invoker speaks forth to me. The divine invoker speaks. So let the judge from his righteousness, holy and learned, speak forth. Chapter 8. A blessing is righteousness called the best. It is well-being to this man. When toward righteousness, best there is right. I offer the sacrificial offering of the meat offering with a complete and sacred offering, and I offer Lord of wholeness, who guards the water, and the Lord of immortality, who guards the plants and the wood, and the flesh of the blessed sacred cow. And I offer the divine plant and the divine plant juice, the wood billets and the perfume for the praise of the Lord of wisdom, and of the will of the Lord, the veracious word, and for that of the pious and beneficent prayer for blessings, and for the redoubted curse of the wise, and for the praise of the divine plant, and of the divine word of the holy wonder-worker, and may it come to us with sacred fullness to accept and to restitution our gift. The judge speaks, Eat, O you men, of this sacrificial offering, the meat offering, you who have deserved it by your righteousness and correctness. O you bountiful immortals, and you, the worshipper of wisdom law, you just men and just women, and you sacrificial offerings. Whoever among these worshippers of wisdoms would call himself a worshipper of wisdom, desiring to live in the practice of the liberality of righteousness, do you cause such an one to be still further taught, you, who are the waters, the plants, and the sacrificial offerings? And whoever of these worshippers of wisdoms, adults, when he invokes with earnestness, does not adhere to these words, and so speaks, he approaches to that word of the magician. But as against that magician's word, a blessing is righteousness called the best. May you, O Lord of wisdom, reign at your will, and with a saving rule over your own creatures, and render you the holy man also a sovereign at his will over waters, and over plants, and over all the clean and sacred creatures which contain the seed of righteousness. Strip you the wicked of all power. Absolute in power may the holy be, bereft of all free choice the wicked. Gone may he be, met as foe, carried out from the creatures of divine spirit, hemmed in without power over any wish. I will incite, even I who am the wonder-worker, the heads of the houses, villages, spiritual integrity, and provinces, to the careful following of this religion which is that of the Lord, and according to the wonder-worker, in their thoughts, their words, and their deeds. I pray for the freedom and glory of the entire existence of the holy man while I bless it, and I pray for the repression and shame of the entire existence of the wicked. Favor-winning appeals to the divine plant who brings righteousness to us for sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and for praise. The divine invoker? As the Lord to be revered and chosen, the divine invoker speaks forth to me. As a Lord to be revered and chosen, the divine invoker speaks forth to me. The divine invoker. So let the judge from his righteousness, holy and learned, speak forth. Chapter 9. At the hour of divine invocation, the divine plant came to the wonder-worker, as he served the sacred fire, and sanctified its flame, while he sang aloud the songs. And the wonder-worker asked him, Who are you, O honorable one? Who are of all the incarnate world the most beautiful in your own body of those whom I have seen, you glorious immortal? Thereupon gave divine plant answer, The Holy One who drives death far away. I am, O the wonder-worker, divine plant, the holy and driving death far away. Pray to me, O pure one, prepare me for the taste. Praise me so that also the other saviors may praise me. Thereupon spoke the wonder-worker, Unto the divine plant be the praise. What man, O divine plant, first prepared you for the corporeal world? What award was offered to him? What gain did he acquire? Thereupon did divine plant answer me, He the Holy One, and driving death far away. The divinely powerful was the first of men who prepared me for the incarnate world. This award was offered to him. This gain did he acquire, that to him was born a son who was righteous king, called the Brilliant. He of the many flocks, the most glorious of those yet born, the sun-like one of men, that he made from his authority both herds and people free from dying, both plants and waters free from drought, and men could eat inexhaustible food. In the reign of the brave righteous king there was neither cold nor heat, there was neither age nor death, nor envy demon-made. Like teenagers walked the two-fourth, son and father, in their stature and their form, so long as the righteous king, son of the divinely powerful ruler, he of the many herds. Who was the second man, O divine plant? Who prepared you for the corporeal world? What award was offered to him? What gain did he acquire? Thereupon gave divine plant answer, He the Holy One, and driving death far away. The divine being of obedience was the second who prepared me for the corporeal world. This award was given him. This gain did he acquire, that to him a son was born, divinely inspired hero of the mighty clan, who slayed the evil serpent, three-jawed and triple-headed, six-eyed, with 1,000 perceptions, and of mighty strength, a lie demon of the divine beings to be rejected, evil for our settlements, and wicked, whom the evil spirit, made as the most mighty truth opposer, and for the murder of our settlements, and to slay the homes of truth. Who was the third man, O divine plant, who prepared you for the corporeal world? What award was given him? What gain did he acquire? Thereupon gave divine plant answer, the Holy One, and driving death far away. This legendary healer was the third man who prepared me for the corporeal world. This award was given him. This gain did he acquire, that to him 2 sons were born, the divine plant protector and the heroic warrior, the one a judge confirming order, the other a youth of great ascendant, curly-haired, bludgeon-bearing. He who slayed the horny dragon swallowing men and swallowing horses, poisonous and green of color, over which, as thick as thumbs are, greenish poison flowed aside, on whose back once the heroic warrior cooked his meat in iron cauldron at the noonday meal, and the deadly, scorched, upstarted, and springing off, dashed out the water as it boiled. Headlong fled terrified, manly-minded the heroic warrior. Who was the fourth man who prepared you, O divine plant, for the corporeal world? What blessedness was given him? What gain did he acquire? Thereupon gave divine plant answer, he the holy, and driving death far away. The wonder-worker's father was the fourth man who prepared me for the corporeal world. This blessedness was given him, this gain did he acquire, that you, O the wonder-worker, was born to him, the just, in the wonder-worker's father's house, the divine beings to be rejected's foe, the friend of wisdom's lore, famed in the realm of our people. And you, O the wonder-worker, did recite the first, the will of the Lord, 4 times intoning it, and with verses kept apart. And you did cause, O the wonder-worker, all the demons to vanish in the ground, who previously flew about this earth in human shape and power. This you have done, you who have been the strongest and the staunchest, the most active and the swiftest, and in every deed the most victorious in the 2 spirits world. Thereupon spoke the wonder-worker, praise to the divine plant, good is the divine plant, and the well-endowed, exact and righteous in its nature, and good inherently, and healing, beautiful of form, and good indeed, and most successful in its working, golden-hued with bending sprouts. As it is the best for drinking, so through its sacred stimulus is it the most nutritious for the soul. I make my claim on you, O Yellow One, for inspiration. I make my claim on you for strength. I make my claim on you for victory. I make my claim on you for health and healing when healing is my need. I make my claim on you for progress and increased prosperity and vigor of the entire frame, and for understanding of each adorning kind, and for this, that I may have free course among our settlements, having power where I will, overwhelming angry malice, and a conqueror of lies. Yes, I make my claim on you that I may overwhelm the angry hate of haters, of the divine beings to be rejected, and of mortals, of the sorcerers and sirens, of the tyrants and the sage kings, of the magicians, murderous bipeds, of the sanctity destroyers, the profane apostate bipeds, of the wolves' 4-footed monsters, of the invading host, wide-fronted, which with stratagems advance. This first blessing I request of you, O divine plant, you that drives death far away. I request of you for heaven, the best life of the saints, the radiant, all-glorious. This second blessing I request of you, O divine plant, you that drives death far away. This body's health before that blessed life is attained. This third blessing I request of you, O divine plant, you that drives death far away, the long vitality of life. This fourth blessing I request of you, O divine plant, you that drives death far away, that I may stand forth on this earth with desires gained and powerful, receiving satisfaction, overwhelming the assaults of hate, and conquering the lie. This fifth blessing, O divine plant, I request of you, you that drives death far away, that I may stand victorious on earth, conquering in battles, overwhelming the assaults of hate, and conquering the lie. This sixth blessing I ask of you, O divine plant, you that drives death far away, that we may get good warning of the thief, good warning of the murderer, see first the bludgeon bearer, get first sight of the wolf. May no one whatsoever get first the sight of us. In the strife with each, may we be they who get the first alarm. The divine plant grants to racers who would run a course with span both speed and bottom in their horses. Divine plant grants to women come to bed with child, a brilliant offspring and a righteous line. The divine plant grants to those how many, who have long sat searching books, more knowledge and more wisdom. The divine plant grants to those long maids who sit at home unwed, good husbands, and that as soon as asked, he divine plant, the well-minded. The divine plant lowered the deceptive leader, dethroned him from his throne, for he grew so fond of power that he treacherously said, "No sage leader behind and watching shall walk the lands for me, as a counselor to prosper them. He would rob everything of progress. He would crush the growth of all." Hail to you, O divine plant, who have power as you wilt, and by your inborn strength. Hail to you, you are well versed in many sayings, and true and holy words. Hail to you, for you do ask no wily questions, but questions direct. Fourth has wisdom born to you, the star-bespangled girdle, the spirit made, the ancient one, the worshipper of wisdom faith. Thus, with this, you are surrounded at the peaks of the mountains for the spreading of the precepts and the headings of the divine word, and to help the divine word's teacher. O divine plant, you house lord, and you clan lord, you tribe lord, and chieftain of the land, and you successful learned teacher, for aggressive strength I speak to you, for that which slays with victory, and for my body's saving, and for manifold delight. Bear off from us the torment and the malice of the hateful. Divert the angry foe's intent. What man soever in this house is violent and wicked, what man soever in this village, or this tribe, or province, sees you away the fleetness from his feet, throw you a veil of darkness over his mind, make you his intellect at once a wreck. Let not the man who harms us, mind or body, have power to go forth on both his legs, or hold with both his hands, or see with both his eyes, not the land beneath his feet, or the herd before his face. At the aroused and fearful dragon, green and belching forth his poison, for the righteous saint that perishes, yellow divine plant, hurl your mace. At the murderous bludgeon-bearer, committing deeds unheard of, bloodthirsty, drunk with fury, yellow divine plant, hurl your mace. Against the wicked human tyrant, hurling weapons at the head, for the righteous saint that perishes, yellow divine plant, hurl your mace. Against the righteousness disturber, the unholy life destroyer, thoughts and words of our religion well delivering, yet in actions never reaching, for the righteous saint that perishes, yellow divine plant, hurl your mace. Against the body of the prostitute, with her magic minds overthrowing with intoxicating pleasures, to the lusts her person offering, whose mind as vapor wavers as it flies before the wind, for the righteous saint that perishes, yellow divine plant, hurl your mace. Chapter 10. Let the demons and female divine beings fly far away from hence, and let the good divine conscience make here his home. And may she here spread delight and peace within this house, Lord's, which is sanctified by divine plant, bringing righteousness to all. At the first force of your pressure, O intelligent, I praise you with my voice, while I grasp at first your shoots. At your next pressure, O intelligent, I praise you with my voice, when, as with full force of a man, I crush you down. I praise the cloud that waters you, and the rains which make you grow on the summits of the mountains, and I praise your lofty mountains, where the divine plant branches spread. This wide earth do I praise, expanded far with paths, the productive, the full-bearing, your mother, holy plant. Yes, I praise the lands where you do grow, sweet-scented, swiftly spreading, the good growth of the Lord. O divine plant, you grow on the mountains, apart on many paths, and there still may you flourish. The springs of righteousness, most verily you are, and the fountains of the ritual find their source in you. Grow then, because I pray to you on all your stems and branches. In all your shoots and tendrils, increase you through my word. The divine plant grows while he is praised, and the man who praises him is therewith more victorious. The lightest pressure of you, the divine plant, your most feeble praise, the slightest tasting of your juice avails to the thousand slaying of the divine beings to be rejected. Wasting does vanish from that house, and with it foulness, where in verity they bear you, and where your praise in truth is sung, the drink of divine plant, famed, health-bringing as you are. All other toxicants go hand in hand with pillage of the bloody spear, but the divine plant's stirring power goes hand in hand with friendship. Who as a tender son caresses divine plant, forth to the bodies of such persons, divine plant comes to heal. Of all the healing virtues, the divine plant, whereby you are a healer, grant me some. Of all the victorious powers, whereby you are a victor, grant me some. A faithful praiser will I be to you, O divine plant, and a faithful praiser is a better thing than righteousness the best. So has the Lord, declaring it, decreed. Swift and wise has the well-skilled deity created you. Swift and wise, on high delight, did he, the well-skilled, plant you. And taught by implanted instinct on every side, the bounteous birds have carried you to the peaks above the eagles, to the mount's most extreme summit, to the gorges and abysses, to the heights of many pathways, to the snow peaks ever whitened. There, the divine plant, on the ranges you do grow of many kinds. Now you grow of milky whiteness, and now you grow golden, and forth your healing liquors flow for the inspiring of the pious. So terrify away from me the death's aim of the curser. So terrify and crush his thought who stands as my slanderer. Praise be to you, O divine plant, for he makes the poor man's thoughts as great as any of the richest whomsoever. Praise be to the divine plant, for he makes the poor man's thoughts as great as when mind reaches culmination. With manifold retainers you do, O divine plant, endow the man who drinks you mixed with milk. Yes, more prosperous you makes him, and more endowed with mind. Do not vanish from me suddenly like milk drops in the rain. Let your exhilarations go forth ever vigorous and fresh, and let them come to me with strong effect. Before you, holy divine plant, you bearer of the ritual truth, and around you would I cast this body, a body which, as all may see, is fit for gift and groan. I renounce with vehemence the murderous woman's emptiness, the individual's, hers, with intellect dethroned. She vainly thinks to foil us, and would beguile both fire-sage leader and divine plant, but she herself, deceived therein, shall perish. And when she sits at home, and wrongly eats of divine plant's offering, that will never make her the sage leader's mother, nor give her holy sons. To 5 do I belong, to 5 others do I not. Of the good thought am I, Of the evil am I not? Of the good word am I? Of the evil am I not? Of the good deed am I? And of the evil not? To obedience am I given, and to deaf disobedience not. To the saint do I belong, and to the wicked not. And so from this on till the ending shall be the spirits parting, the two shall divide here. Thereupon spoke the wonder-worker. Praise to the divine plant, wisdom made. Good is the divine plant, wisdom made. All the plants of divine plant praise I, on the heights of lofty mountains, in the gorges of the valleys, in the clefts of sundered hillsides, cut for the bundles bound by women. From the silver cup I pour you to the golden chalice over. Let me not spill your sacred liquor to earth of precious cost. These are your songs, holy divine plant, these your songs, and these your teachings, and these your truthful ritual words, health imparting, victory giving, from harmful hatred, healing giving. These and you are mine, and forth let your exhilarations flow. Bright and sparkling let them hold on their steadfast way. For light are your exhilarations, and flying lightly they come here. Victory-giving slays the divine plant, victory-giving is it worshipped. With this song's word we praise it. Praise to the sacred cow, praise and victory be spoken to her. Food for the sacred cow, and pasture. For the sacred cow let thrift use toil, yield you us food. We worship the yellow, lofty one. We worship the divine plant who causes progress, who makes the settlements advance. We worship the divine plant who drives death far away. Yes, we worship all the divine plants, and we worship their blessedness and the spiritual guardian of the pure wonder-worker, the saint. Chapter 11. 3 clean creatures full of blessings curse betimes while yet invoking, the cow, the horse, and then divine plant. The cow cries to her driver thus, Childless be you, shorn of offspring evil-famed, and slander followed, who fed fairly does not use me, but fattens me for wife or children, and for your niggard selfish meal. The horse cries to his rider thus, Be not spanner of the racers, stretch no coursers to full speed, do not stride across the fleetest you, who does not pray for me swiftness in the meeting thick with numbers, in the circuit thronged with men. The divine plant speaks to his drinker thus, Childless be you, shorn of offspring, evil-famed and slander-followed, who holds me from full outpouring, as a robber, skulls in crushing. No head-slayer am I ever, holy divine plant, far from death. My father gave an offering forth, tongue and left eye chose Lord, set apart for the divine plant's meal. Who this offering would deny me, eats himself, or praise it from me, this which wisdom gave to bless me, tongue with left eye as my portion. In his house is born no fire-sage leader, warrior, ne'er in chariot standing, nevermore the thrifty tiller. In his home be born evil serpents, tasting of evil practice, doing deeds of double nature. Quick, cut off then divine plant's portion, gift of flesh for the resilient divine plant. Heed, unless the divine plant binds you fettered, as he bound the fell restorer of order, the murderous robber fast in iron, close surrounded in the mid-third of this earth. Thereupon spoke the wonder-worker. Praise to the divine plant made by wisdom. Good is the divine plant wisdom made. Who to us is one, hereupon to you becomes two, to be made to three, for the 5 making of the 4, for the 7 making of the 6th, who are your 9 in the decade, who serve you and with zeal. To you, O holy divine plant, bearer of the ritual sanctity, I offer this my person, which is seen by all to be mature and fit for gift. To the divine plant the effective do I offer it, and to the sacred exhilaration which he bestows. And do you grant to me for this, O holy divine plant, you that drives death far away, heaven the best world of the saints, shining, all brilliant. I confess myself a worshipper of wisdom of the wonder-worker's order. I celebrate my praises for good thoughts, good words, and good deeds for my thoughts, my speeches, and my actions. With chanting praises I present all good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, and with rejection I repudiate all evil thoughts, and words, and deeds. Here I give to you, O you bountiful immortals, sacrifice and respect with the mind, with words, deeds, and my entire person. Yes, I offer to you the flesh of my very body as your own, and I praise righteousness. A blessing is righteousness, called the best. I curse the divine beings to be rejected. I declare myself a wisdom worshipper, a supporter of the wonder worker, hostile to the divine beings to be rejected, fond of the Lord's teaching, a praiser of the holy immortals, a worshipper of the holy immortals. I ascribe all good to the Lord of wisdom, and all the best, truth endowed, splendid, divine glory endowed. Whose is the cow? Whose is truth? Whose is the light? May whose blissful areas be filled with light. I choose the good holy devotion for myself. Let her be mine. I renounce the theft and robbery of the cow, and the damaging and plundering of the worshipper of wisdom settlements. I want freedom of movement and freedom of dwelling for those with homesteads, to those who dwell upon this earth with their cattle. With reverence for truth and offerings offered up, I vow this: I shall never more damage or plunder the worshipper of wisdom settlements, even if I have to risk life and limb. I reject the authority of the divine beings to be rejected, the wicked, no good, lawless, evil-knowing, the most lie-demon-like of beings, the foulest of beings, the most damaging of beings. I reject the divine beings to be rejected, and their friends. I reject the demons and their friends. I reject any who harm beings. I reject them with my thoughts, words, and deeds. I reject them publicly. Even as I reject the head authorities, so too do I reject the hostile followers of the lie demon. As Lord of Wisdom taught the wonder worker at all discussions, at all meetings, at which wisdom and the wonder worker conversed. As Lord of Wisdom taught the wonder worker at all discussions, at all meetings, at which wisdom and the wonder worker conversed. Even as the wonder worker rejected the authority of the divine beings to be rejected, so I also reject, as wisdom worshipper and supporter of the wonder worker, the authority of the divine beings to be rejected, even as he, the truth-endowed, the wonder worker, has rejected them. As the belief of the waters, the belief of the plants, the belief of the well-made, original cow, as the belief of the Lord of Wisdom who created the cow and the truth-endowed man, as the belief of the wonder worker, the belief of Sage King, the good-minded king, the belief of both the restoring one and the wise counselor, as the belief of each of the saviors, fulfilling destiny and truth endowed. So I am a wisdom worshipper of this belief and teaching. I profess myself a wisdom worshipper, a wonder worker follower, having vowed it and professed it. I pledge myself to the well-thought thought. I pledge myself to the well-spoken word. I pledge myself to the well-done action. I pledge myself to the worshipper of wisdom religion, which causes the attack to be put off and weapons put down. Truth endowed, which of all religions that exist or shall be, is the greatest, the best, and the most beautiful, Lord-aligned one, wonder-worker follower. I ascribe all good to the Lord of Wisdom. This is the creed of the worshipper of wisdom religion. Chapter 13. I address my invocation to the Lord of Wisdom, and I invoke among guardian beings the chief of the House Lord, and the chief of the Wish Lord, and the chief of the Spiritual Integrity Lord. and I invoke the chief of the province lord. And the chief of women I invoke, the worshipper of wisdom faith, the blessed and good Perendi, her who is the Holy One of humankind. And I invoke this holy earth which bears us. And I invoke the friendly and most helpful persons Lord, the fire of the Lord of wisdom, and also the most energetic lords of holy men, those who are most strenuous in their care of cattle and the fields, and the chief of the thrifty tiller of the earth. And I invoke the steady settler of sanctity, and the chief of the charioteer. And I invoke the chief of the fire-sage leader by means of the most imposing sciences of the worshipper of wisdom faith. And I invoke the chief of the spiritual leaders, and his pupils I invoke, yes, the lords of each of them. I invoke these lords, and I summon the bountiful immortals here, and the seers who shall serve us, the wisest as they are, the most scrupulous in their exactness, as they utter words of doctrine and of service, the most devoted to their duties likewise, and the most glorious in their thoughts. And I invoke the most imposing forces of the worshipper of wisdom faith, and the fire-sage leaders I invoke, and the charioteers, the warriors, and the thrifty tillers of the soil. And to you, O you bountiful immortals, you who rule correctly and dispose of all correctly, I offer the flesh of my very frame and all the blessings of my life. Thus the two spirits thought, thus they spoke, and thus they did. And therefore as you, O Lord of wisdom, did think, speak, dispose, and do all things good for us, so to you would we give, so would we assign to you our respect, so would we worship you with our sacrifices, so would we bow before you with these gifts, and so direct our prayers to you with confessions of our debt. By the kinship of the good kindred, by that of righteousness, the good your righteous servant's nature, would we approach you, and by that of the good thrift law, and of piety the good. And we would worship the spiritual guardian of the sacred cow of blessed gift, and that of the holy first mortal life. And we would worship the holy spiritual guardian of the pure wonder worker, the saint. Yes, that one of beings do we worship, whose better service in the sacrifice Lord of wisdom knows. Even those women do we worship, whose better service thus is known. Yes, both holy men and women do we worship, whom the Lord of wisdom knows. We worship the will of the Lord, and we worship the sacred order the best, the bountiful immortal. And we sacrifice to the divine light, even to the confession and praise of the worshipper of wisdom faith. Chapter 14. I will come to you, O you bountiful immortals, as a praiser and a sage leader, and an invoker and sacrificer, as a memorizing reciter and a chanter, for your sacrifice and respect, which are to be offered to you, the bountiful immortals, and for our dedication and sanctification, yes, for ours who are the holy seers destined to benefit the saints. And to you, O you bountiful immortals, would I dedicate the flesh of my very body and all the blessings of a prosperous life. In this sacred water with this wand, I desire to approach the holy ones, worthy of worship with my praise, and all the holy lords of the ritual order at their times, divine invocation at his time, and the flowing one and community at their times. I confess myself a worshipper of wisdom and of the wonder worker's order. The divine invoker speaks. As a Lord revered and chosen, the divine invoker speaks forth to me. The judge speaks. As a Lord revered and to be chosen, the divine invoker speaks forth to me. The divine invoker. So let the judge from his righteousness, holy and learned, speak forth. Chapter 15. With precept, praise, and with delight produced by grace, I call upon the bountiful immortals, the good, and also therewith the beautiful by name, and I sacrifice to them with the blessing of the good ritual, with the earnest blessings of the good worshipper of wisdom, faith. The best gift of his righteousness is mine, offered to the Lord, whom he alone knows, who have lived and live ever. By their names these I worship, while I draw near with praises. The good kingdom is to be chosen, that lot which most of all bears on our blessings. Let divine conscience be here present for the sacrifice of the Lord of wisdom, the most beneficent, the holy, who is so dear to us as at the first, so at the last. Yes, let him be present here. As the Lord revered and to be chosen, the growing spiritual fire thus speaks forth to me. So let the judge from his righteousness, holy and learned, speak forth. Chapter 16. We worship the Lord of wisdom, the holy Lord of the ritual order, who disposes all correctly, the greatest one worthy of worship, who is also the most beneficent, and the one who causes the settlements to advance, the creator of good creatures. Yes, we worship him with these offered sacrificial offerings, and with truthfully and scrupulously delivered words. And we worship every holy one worthy of worship of the heaven as well. And we worship the pure wonder-worker in our sacrifice, the holy Lord of the ritual order, with these sacrificial offerings, and with faithfully delivered words. And we worship every holy earthly one worthy of worship as we worship him. And we worship also the spiritual guardian of the pure wonder-worker, the saint. And we worship the utterances of the wonder-worker and his religion, his faith and his lore. And we worship the former religions of the world devoted to righteousness, which were instituted at the creation, the holy religions of the Creator Lord of wisdom, the resplendent and glorious. And we worship the good mind, and the sacred order who is righteousness the best, and divine kingdom, the kingdom to be desired, and the good and bountiful divine force of devotion, true piety in the believers, and the Lord of wholeness and the Lord of immortality, our well-being and immortality. Yes, we worship the Creator Lord of wisdom and the fire, Lord of wisdom's Son, and the good waters which are wisdom made and holy, and the resplendent sun of the swift horses, and the moon with the seed of cattle in his beams. And we worship the star of fertility, the lustrous and glorious, and we worship the soul of the sacred cow of blessed endowment, and its Creator Lord of wisdom. And we worship the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures, and divine conscience the blessed, and judgment the most just, and the good, heroic, bountiful spiritual guardians of the saints, and the blow of victory Lord given as it is. And we worship spiritual protection, and the bounteous wind of blessed gift, and its Creator Lord of wisdom, and the good worshipper of wisdom religion, and the good blessedness and justice. And we worship heaven and the earth of blessed gift, and the bounteous divine word, and the stars without beginning to their course, self-disposing as they are. And we worship the glorious works of righteousness, in which the souls of the dead find satisfaction and delight. And we worship heaven, the best world of the saints, shining, all glorious. And we worship the two, the milk offering and the drink offering, the two which cause the waters to flow forth and the plants to flourish, the two foes who meet the dragon demon-made, and who are set to meet, to defeat, and to put to flight that cheat, the female demon, and to contradict the insulting malice of the spiritual deceiver, the persecuting heretic, and that of the unholy tyrant, full of death. And we worship all waters, and all plants, and all good men, and all good women, and we worship all these ones worthy of worship, heavenly and earthly, who are beneficent and holy. And we worship you, our dwelling place, who are the earth, our bounteous divine force of devotion, and you, O Lord of wisdom, O holy Lord of this abode, which is the home of heal your herds and heal your men, and of those who are both endowed with health and lovers of the ritual rite. Wherefore, whichever of persons, or whatever of bodily influences, is most helpful and preserving in that abode, thus owned by wisdom, let this meet me in mine abode, and there may it abide for summer and for winter. Let that one meet me in my house, in whom reside the greatest forces of influence for both the body and the person's life. Yes, let that one meet me there, and there abide for summer and for winter for my help. Chapter 17. We worship you, the fire, O Lord of wisdom's Son. We worship the divine exalted fire, being of the lofty use, and the fire of the divine protector of the good and friendly, and the fire of spiritual well-being, the most beneficial and most helpful, and the fire of the most excellent, the most supporting, and the fire of divine purity, the most bountiful, and the heroic messenger, the one worthy of worship of the royal lineage, and that fire which is the house lord of all houses, and wisdom made, even the Son of the Lord of wisdom, the holy Lord of the ritual order, with all the fires. And we worship the good and best waters, wisdom made, holy, all the waters wisdom made and holy, and all the plants which wisdom made, and which are holy. And we worship the sacred divine word, the bounteous word of reason, the wonder-worker's law against the divine beings to be rejected, and its long descent. And we worship the good and pious prayer for blessings, and these waters and these lands, and all the greatest chieftains, lords of the ritual order. And I praise, invoke, and glorify the good, heroic, bountiful spiritual guardians of the saints, those of the house, the community, the lineage, the land, and the spiritual leader, and all the holy ones worthy of worship. Chapter 19. As the Lord is excellent, so is the judge one who rules from the righteous order, a creator of mental goodness and of life's actions, done for wisdom. And the kingdom is for the Lord, which to the poor shall offer a nurturer. The wonder-worker asked of the Lord of wisdom, O Lord of wisdom, you most bounteous Spirit, maker of the corporeal worlds, the Holy One, which was that word which you didst declare to me, which was before the sky, and before the water, before the earth, and before the cattle, before the plants, and before the fire, and before the holy man, and the demons to be rejected, before the deception men, and before all the incarnate world, even before all the good creatures made by wisdom, and which contain and are the seed of righteousness. Thereupon Lord of Wisdom said, It was this peace, the will of the Lord, O wonder-worker, which I pronounced as yours before the sky, and before the waters, before the land, and before the cattle and the plants, and before the fire, Lord of Wisdom's Son, before the holy man, and before the divine beings to be rejected, and deception men, and before the entire corporeal world, even before the good creatures made by wisdom, which contain and are the seed of righteousness. It was these parts of the will of the Lord, O wonder-worker, which especially belongs to me, and when each is intoned aloud without the needless repetition of verses and of words, and without their omission, it is worth 100 of their other stanzas, even although they are prominent in the ritual, and likewise equally as well recited without additions or omissions. Nay, further, when it is intoned imperfectly, but added to, and with omissions, it is even then in effect equivalent not to 100 indeed, but to 10 other stanzas that are prominent. And whoever in this world of mine which is corporeal shall mentally recall, O pure one, the wonder-worker, a portion of the will of the Lord, and having thus recalled it, shall undertone it, or beginning to recite it with the undertone, shall then utter it aloud, or chanting it with intoning voice, shall worship thus, then with even threefold safety, and with speed, I will bring his soul over the bridge of Chinvat. I, who am Lord of Wisdom, I will help him to pass over it, to heaven the best life, and to righteousness the best, and to the lights of heaven. And whoever, O wonder-worker, while undertoning the parts of the will of the Lord, or this piece the will of the Lord, takes aught therefrom, whether the half, or the third, or the fourth, or the fifth, I who am Lord of wisdom will draw his soul off from the better world. Yes, so far off will I withdraw it as the earth is large and wide. And I pronounced this saying which contains its Lord and its Judge before the creation of this heaven, before the making of the waters and the plants and the four-footed sacred cow, before the birth of the holy biped man, before this sun with its body made for the acquisition of the creation of the bountiful immortals. And the more bountiful of the two spirits, Lord, declared to me the wonder-worker, the entire creation of the pure, that which exists at present, that which is in the course of emerging into existence, and that which shall be, with reference to the performance and realization of the actions of a life devoted to wisdom. And this word is the most emphatic of the words which have ever been pronounced, or which are now spoken, or which shall be spoken in future. For the eminence of this utterance is a thing of such a nature that if all the corporeal and living world should learn it, and learning should hold fast by it, they would be redeemed from their mortality. And this our word I have proclaimed as a symbol to be learned, and to be recited, as it were, to every one of the beings under the influence of, and for the sake of righteousness, the best. And as the worshipper has here spoken it forth, when he has thus appointed the Lord and Regulator, so by thus reciting these authoritative words, he acknowledges Lord of wisdom as prior to, and supreme over, those creatures who have the mind as their first. As he acknowledges him as the greatest of them all, so he assigns the creatures to him as to their originator. As he undertones the third sentence, he thereby announces that all the amenities of life appertain to the good wisdom and come from him. As he recites the gift of the mind, the creator of mind, he acknowledges him as superior and prior to mind. And as he makes him the one who indicates the truth to mind, saying wise of mind, which means that by this much he makes him its director, and then he makes him the Lord of actions. And when he acknowledges him for the creatures thus, O wisdom, he acknowledges him as their ruler when he assigns the creatures to him thus. He then assigns the kingdom to the Lord, saying, Yours, O wisdom, is the kingdom. And he assigns a nourisher and protector to the poor, saying, To him who gives the best of rewards, that is, as a friend to the noble family. This is the fifth sentence, and it concludes the entire recital and word, even the whole of this word of the Lord of wisdom. He who is the best of all Lord of wisdom pronounced the will of the Lord, and as he pronounced it as the best, so he caused it to have its effect. He ever the same as he is. The evil one at once arose to oppose him, but he, Lord, repelled that wicked one with his interdict, and with this repelling renunciation. Neither our minds are in harmony, nor our precepts, nor our comprehensions, nor our beliefs, nor our words, nor our actions, nor our consciences, nor our souls. And this saying, uttered by wisdom, has 3 stages or measures, and belongs to 4 classes of men as its supporters, and to 5 chiefs in the political world, without whom its efficiency is marred, and it has a conclusion ending with a gift. How are its measures constituted? The good thought, the good word, and the good deed. With what classes of men? The sage leader, the charioteer as the chief of warriors, the systematic tiller of the ground, and the artisan. These classes, therefore, accompany the religious man throughout his entire duty with the correct thought, the truthful word, and the righteous action. These are the classes and states in life which give attention to the rulers and fulfill the laws of religion. Yes, they are the guides and companions of that religious man, through whose actions the settlements are furthered in righteousness. How are the chiefs constituted? They are the house chief, the village chief, and the tribe chief, the chief of the province and the wonder-worker as the 5th. That is, so far as those provinces are concerned which are different from, and outside of the wonder-worker's domain. How are the chiefs of this one constituted? They are the house chief, the village chief, the tribe chief, and the wonder-worker as the fourth. What is the thought well thought? It is that which the holy man thinks, the one who holds the holy thought to be before all other things. What is the word well spoken? It is the holy prayer, the bounteous word of reason. What is the deed well done? It is that done with praises, and by the creatures who regard righteousness as before all other things. Wisdom made a proclamation. Whom did he announce? Someone who was holy, and yet both heavenly and mundane. What was his character? He who made this sacred enunciation. He who is the best of all, the ruling one. Of what character did he proclaim him, the coming one? As holy and the best, a ruler who exercises no reckless behavior or despotic power. We sacrifice to these several parts of the will of the Lord. We sacrifice to the memorized recital of the will of the Lord, and its regular chanting and its use in the full worship. Chapter 20. A blessing is righteousness called the best. There is well-being to this man when the right helps the righteousness best, when the pious man serves it in truth. The Lord of wisdom spoke forth, truth, best good existence. To this truth, the holy ritual sanctity, one attributes the qualities of good and best as one attributes property to an owner. Thus this sentence, best good existence, is substantiated at once. Happiness is happiness to him. By this attribution of blessedness, the praiser assigns every person or thing of a sacred nature to every holy person, and as one usually and regularly assigns every person or thing that is holy to every holy man. The highest good is in the path of truth. By these words, the worshipper ascribes the entire divine word to the sacred order, and ascribes all to the divine word, as one ascribes the kingdom to righteousness, and as one ascribes righteousness to the invoking saint. Yes, as one ascribes righteousness to us who are the seers, who shall help and bless the people. The three maxims of these sentences are thus fulfilled, and every word in its detail and the entire utterance in its proclamation is the word of the Lord of wisdom. Wisdom has made a proclamation. Whom did he announce? That Holy One who is both heavenly and earthly. Of what character is he who has thus announced him? He is the best and the one who is exercising sovereign power. Of what character is the man whom he announced? The holy and the best, the one who rules with no capricious tyranny. We sacrifice to the several parts of the sacred order prayer. We sacrifice to the heard recital of the sacred order, to its memorizing, its chanting, and its sacrificial use. Chapter 21. To that one of beings do we offer, whose superior fidelity in the sacrifice Lord of wisdom recognizes by reason of the sanctity within him. Yes, even to those female saints also do we sacrifice whose superior fidelity is thus likewise known. Thus we sacrifice to all, to both the males and females of the saints. A word for the worshipping by the wonder-worker, the saint, I say, and so on. Here the worshipper indicates and offers the worship which is the sacrificial worship of wisdom, as by the command or as the institution of the Lord. Truth. Here the worshipper offers the sacrificial worship as if with the beings who are among those who are destined to live. Here he indicates and offers the sacrificial worship of those holy females who have spiritual devotion at their head, as respect to the immortals. These are the three sentences which comprehend all the worship speech. To whom is this worship addressed? To the bountiful immortals in the course of the worship. Thereupon spoke wisdom, salvation to this one, whosoever he may be. May the absolute ruler Lord grant it. Whom did he answer with this answer? He answered, the state of salvation. And with this answer, the state of salvation, he answered every saint who exists, every one who is coming into existence, and every one who shall exist in the future. Who answered thus? Answer, the best one. What did he answer? The best thing. That is, the best one, wisdom, answered the best and the holy answer for the better and the holy man. We sacrifice to this peace, the holiest prayer, the prominent and holy act of worship. Chapter 22. With the wand brought here together with the sacred water, for the worship of the Creator Lord of wisdom, the resplendent, the glorious, and for that of the bountiful immortals, I desire to approach this divine plant with my praise, offered as it is with punctilious sanctity, or for a blessing, and this fresh milk, and this divine plant Lord. And as an act of worship to the beneficent waters, I desire to approach these sacrificial offerings with my praise offered, as they are with punctilious sanctity, having the divine plant with them, and the flesh with the divine plant Lord. And I desire to approach the divine plant water with my praise for the beneficent waters, and I desire to approach the stone mortar and the iron mortar with my praise, and I desire to approach this plant for the wand with my praise, and the well-timed prayer for blessings, that which has approached to accept our respect, and the memorized recital and the fulfillment of the good worshipper of wisdom faith, and the heard recital of the songs, and the well-timed and successful prayer for blessings, that of the Holy Lord of the ritual order. And I desire to approach these wood billets and their perfume with my praise, yours, the fires, O Lord of wisdom's Son. Yes, I desire to approach all good things with my praise, those which wisdom made, and which have the seed of sanctity within them, for the favor-winning appeals of the Lord of wisdom and of the bountiful immortals, and of divine conscience the blessed, and of the Lord of wisdom's fire, the lofty ritual Lord. And I desire to approach this divine plant with my praise, that which is thus lifted up with sanctity, and this milk fresh as it is, and as if living and lifted up with sanctity, and this divine plant Lord lifted up with sanctity. And I desire to approach these sacrificial offerings with my praise for the beneficial waters, these sacrificial offerings which have the divine plant with them, and the milk with them, and the divine plant Lord, and which are lifted up with sanctity. And I desire to approach the divine plant water with my praise for the beneficial waters, and the two mortars, the stone one and the iron one, and I desire to approach this branch for the wand with my praise, and the memorized recital and fulfillment of the worshipper of wisdom law, and the heard recital of the songs, and the well-timed and persistent prayer for blessings, uttered by the holy lords of the ritual order, and this wood and perfume, even yours, O fire, Lord of wisdom's Son, and all good objects wisdom made for the favor-winning appeals of the Lord of wisdom, the resplendent, the glorious, and of the bountiful immortals, and of the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures, and of spiritual protection, and of the resplendent sun, immortal, radiant of the fleet horses, and of divine breath, of predominant influence and working on high, set over the other beings in the creation, and for the favor-winning appeals of the most just knowledge, wisdom given, and of the holy and good religion, the worshipper of wisdom faith, for the favor-winning appeals of the holy prayer, the bounteous and holy, and the effective, instituted against the divine beings to be rejected, the wonder-worker's law, and of the long descent of the good worshipper of wisdom, faith, for the favor-winning appeals of the understanding which is innate and wisdom-made, and of that which is heard by the ear, and for your favor-winning appeals, the fires, O Lord of wisdom's Son, with all the fires, and for the favor-winning appeals of the mountain of consciousness, the wisdom-made, radiant with sanctity, and of all the holy ones worthy of worship, spiritual and earthly, and of the holy spiritual guardians, the redoubted and overwhelming, those of the ancient lore, and those of the next of kin, and of the one worthy of worship of the spoken name. Chapter 23. I desire to approach with my praise those spiritual guardians which have existed from of old, the spiritual guardians of the houses, and of the villages, of the communities, and of the provinces, which hold heaven in its place apart, and the water, land, and cattle, which hold the children in the wombs safely enclosed apart, so that they do not miscarry. And I desire to approach toward the spiritual guardian of the Lord of Wisdom, and with my praise, and for those of the bountiful immortals, with all the holy spiritual guardians, which are those of the heavenly ones worthy of worship. And I desire to approach the spiritual guardian of the first created in my worship with my praise, and for that of the pure wonder-worker, and for those of Sage, King the good-minded King, and of Subtle Robe, the wonder-workers, with all the holy spiritual guardians of the other ancient counselors as well. And I desire in my worship to approach toward every holy spiritual guardian, whosoever it may be, and wheresoever dead upon this earth its possessor may have lain, the pious woman, or the girl of tender years, the maid diligent among the cattle in the field who may have dwelt here. Yes, all which are now worshipped from this house, which are attentive to, and which attain to our good worships and our respect. Yes, I desire to approach the spiritual guardians of the saints with my praise, redoubted as they are, and overwhelming, the spiritual guardians of those who held to the ancient lore, and the spiritual guardians of the next of kin. And I desire to approach toward the spiritual guardian of mine own soul in my worship with my praise. And I desire therewith to approach toward all the lords of the ritual, and with praise. And I desire to approach all the good ones worthy of worship with my praise, the heavenly and the earthly, who meet for sacrifice and respect, because of righteousness, the best. Chapter 24. And having approached these divine plants with our worship, we present them to the Lord of Wisdom. Yes, we present these divine plants, sacrificial offerings, and the wand spread with punctilious sanctity, and the flesh and the milk, fresh as if living, and lifted up with punctilious sanctity, and this branch, the divine plant Lord, likewise lifted up with sanctity. And having approached these sacrificial offerings in our worship, we present them to the good waters, having the divine plant with them, and the milk, and the divine plant Lord, and lifted up with scrupulous sanctity. And with them we present the divine plant water to the good waters, and both the stone and the iron mortar. And we present this plant of the wand, and the timely prayer for blessings, which has approached in the due course of the ritual, and the recollection and practice of the good worshipper of wisdom religion, and the heard recital of the songs, and the timely prayer for blessings which has approached, as the prayer of the Holy Lord of the ritual order. And these wood billets and the perfume, even yours, the fires, O Lord of Wisdom's Son, and all good objects, wisdom made, which have the seed of righteousness, we offer and present. And these we present hereby to the Lord of Wisdom, and to divine conscience the blessed and righteous, and to the bountiful immortals, and to the spiritual guardians of the saints, even to the souls of the saints, and to the fire of the Lord of Wisdom, the lofty Lord of entire holy creation, for sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and for praise. And these we present hereby to the spiritual guardian of the pure wonder-worker, the saint, for sacrifice, favor-winning appeals, and for praise, and to that of the people who love righteousness, with all the holy spiritual guardians of the saints who are dead and who are living, and to those of men who are as yet unborn, and to those of the seers who will serve us, and will labor to complete the progress and renovation of the world. And we present these divine plants, sacrificial offerings, and the wand spread with sanctity, and the flesh, and the milk fresh as if living, and lifted up with sanctity, and the divine plant branch. And we present these sacrificial offerings to the beneficial waters, having the divine plant with them, and the flesh, and the divine plant Lord lifted up with sanctity, and the divine plant water, to the good waters, with the stone and iron mortars, and this plant of the wand, and the timely prayer, and the recollection and practice of the good worshipper of wisdom faith, and these wood billets, and the perfume, yours, the fires, O Lord of wisdom's Son, and all objects which are wisdom made, and which have, and are, the seed of righteousness, these we offer and present. Yes, we present these hereby to the bountiful immortals who rule correctly, and who dispose of all correctly, the ever-living, ever-helpful, who abide with the good mind of the Lord and of his folk. Chapter 25. And we worship the bountiful immortals with our sacrifice, who rule correctly and who dispose of all correctly. And we worship this divine plant, this flesh and branch, and these sacrificial offerings for the good waters, having the divine plant with them, and the flesh with them, and divine plant Lord, and lifted up with sanctity. And we worship the divine plant water for the beneficial waters. And we worship the two, the stone mortar and the iron mortar. And we worship this plant for the wand and the well-timed prayer for blessings which has approached in its proper place within the ritual course, and also both the remembrance and the practice of the good worshipper of wisdom religion, and the heard recital of the songs, and the well-timed prayer for blessings of the Holy Lord of the ritual order which has approached, and these wood billets with the perfume, even yours, the fires, O Lord of wisdom's Son. And we worship all good objects which are wisdom made, and which contain and are the seed of righteousness. And we worship the Lord of wisdom with our sacrifice, the resplendent, the glorious, and the bountiful immortals who rule correctly, and who dispose of all correctly, and the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures and spiritual protection. And we worship the shining sun, the resplendent, the immortal, of the fleet horses. And we worship the holy wind which works on high, placed higher than the other creatures in the creation. And we worship this which is yours, O divine breath, and which appertains to the divine spirit within you. And we worship the most true religious knowledge, wisdom made and holy, and the good worshipper of wisdom law. And we worship the holy prayer, verily glorious as it is, even the law pronounced against the divine beings to be rejected, the wonder-worker's law, and its long descent. Yes, we worship the good worshipper of wisdom, religion, and the divine word, which is heart-devoted and bounteous, imparting heart's devotion to the saint. Yes, we worship the worshipper of wisdom, religion maintained in the understanding of the saint. And we honor that science which is the holy prayer, and the innate understanding wisdom made, and the derived understanding, heard with ear, and wisdom made. Yes, we worship you, the fire, Lord of wisdom's Son, I, the holy Lord of the ritual order. And we worship all the fires, and the mountain of consciousness, which holds the light wisdom made, and holy, the one worthy of the worship mountain, brilliant with sanctity. And we worship every holy spiritual one worthy of worship, and every holy earthly one worthy of worship who exists. Chapter 26. I praise, invoke, and weave my song to the good, heroic, and bountiful spiritual guardians of the saints. And having invoked these, then we worship the inhabitants, and the communities, and the lineages, and the lands, and the spiritual leaders. And of all these prior spiritual guardians, we worship here the spiritual guardian of the Lord of wisdom, which is the greatest and the best, the most beautiful and the firmest, the most wise and the best in form, and the one that attains the most its ends because of righteousness. And having invoked them here, we worship the good, heroic, bountiful spiritual guardians of the holy ones, those of the bountiful immortals, the brilliant, of effective glance, the lofty, the devoted, the swift ones of the creatures of the Lord, who are imperishable and holy. And having invoked them here, we worship the spirit and conscience, the intelligence and soul and spiritual guardian of those holy men and women who early heard the lore and commands of God, and loved and strove after righteousness, the ritual truth. And we worship the soul of the sacred cow of blessed gift. And having invoked it here, we worship the spiritual guardian of the first created the holy, and the sanctity and spiritual guardian of the pure wonder-worker, the saint. And we worship the spiritual guardian of sage, good-minded king the holy, and that of subtle robe the wonder-workers, the saint. And having invoked them here, we worship the life, conscience, intelligence, soul and spiritual guardian of the next of kin, of the saints, male and female, who have striven after the ritual truth, which are those of the dead and living saints, and which are those also of men as yet unborn, of the future seers who will help on the renovation and complete the human progress with them all. And having invoked them here, we worship the souls of the dead, and of all the next of kin who have passed away in this house, of the ritual protectors, the teachers, and of the disciples, yes, of all holy men and women, and we worship the spiritual guardians of all the holy teachers and disciples, and of all the saints, both male and female. And having invoked them here, we worship the spiritual guardians of all the holy children who fulfill the deeds of piety, and we worship the spiritual guardians of the saints within the province, and those of the saints without the province. We worship the spiritual guardians of those holy men and holy women. We worship all the good, heroic, bountiful spiritual guardians of the saints, from the first created to the Savior, the victorious. Yes, we worship all the spiritual guardians of the saints, and we worship the souls of the dead. Chapter 27. This is to render him who is of all the greatest, our Lord and Master, even Lord of wisdom, and this to slay the wicked evil spirit, and to slay the demon of wrath of the bloody spear, and the divine beings to be rejected, and to slay all the wicked, desirable divine beings to be rejected. And this is to further Lord of wisdom, the resplendent, the glorious, to further the bountiful immortals, and the influences of the star of fertility, the resplendent, the glorious, and to the furtherance of the holy man, and of all the bountiful and holy creatures of the bounteous Spirit. The divine plants are crushed, O wisdom, power, and truth, O you lords. Good is divine conscience who accompanies the sacrifice with great glory, and may he be present, affording strenuous help. We are offering saving acts of wisdom and of worship with the sacred gift of the prayer of the divine will, intoned with sanctity, and of the two mortars here brought forward with holy act, and with that of the correctly uttered words likewise, and therefore may they be to us the more saving in their wise significance. As the Lord is excellent, so is the judge one who rules from his sanctity, a creator of mental goodness and of life's actions done for wisdom. And the kingdom is for the Lord, which to the poor may offer a nurturer. What is your kingdom, your riches? How may I be your own in my actions, to nourish your poor, O wisdom? Beyond, yes, beyond all we declare you, far from divine beings to be rejected and deception-cursed mortals. We worship the will of the Lord. We worship the sacred order, the most beautiful, the bountiful, immortal. Chapter 28. With outspread hands in petition for that help, O wisdom, I will pray for the works of the Holy Spirit, O you the right, whereby I may please the will of good thought and the ox soul. I who would serve you, O Lord of wisdom and good mind, do you give through truth the blessings of both worlds, the bodily and that of the spirit, which set the faithful in felicity. I who would praise you as never before, right and good thought, and the Lord of wisdom, and those for whom piety makes an imperishable dominion to grow, Come you to me, help at my call. I who have set my heart on watching over the soul, in union with good thought, and as knowing the rewards of the Lord of wisdom for our works, will, while I have power and strength, teach men to seek after the right. O truth, shall I see you and good thought as one that knows? Shall I see the throne of the mightiest Lord and the following of wisdom? Through this word of promise on our tongue will we turn the robber horde unto the greatest. Come you with the good thought, give through truth, O wisdom, as the gift to the wonder-worker, according to your sure words, long-enduring mighty help, and to us, O Lord, whereby we may overcome the enmity of our foes. Grant, O you truth, the reward, the blessing of good thought. O piety, give our desire to the good-minded king and to me. O you wisdom and king, grant that your seer may command a hearing. The best I ask of you, O best, Lord, Lord of one will with the best truth, desiring it for the hero ultimate victory and for those others to whom you will give it, the best gift of good mind through all time. With these bounties, O Lord, may we never provoke your wrath, O wisdom and right and best thought, we who have been eager in bringing you songs of praise. You are they that are the mightiest to advance desire and the dominion of blessings. The wise whom you knows as worthy for their right doing and their good thought, for them do you fulfill their longing for attainment. For I know words of prayer are effective with you, who tends to a good object. I would thereby preserve right and good thought forevermore. That I may instruct, do you teach me, O Lord of wisdom, from your Spirit by your mouth, how it will be with the first life. Chapter 29. Unto you wailed the ox soul, for whom did you fashion me? Who created me? Violence and pillage and savagery has oppressed me, and outrage and might. I have no other herdsman than you. Prepare for me then the blessings of pasture. Then the ox creator asked of the right, have you a judge for the ox, that you may be able to appoint him zealous provision of care as well as food? Whom do you will to be his lord, who may drive off violence together with the followers of the lie? To him the right replied, there is for the ox no helper that can keep him away. Those yonder have no knowledge how right doers act towards the lowly. The ox creator, strongest of beings is he to whose help I come at call. Truth. Wisdom knows best the purposes that have been wrought already by demons and by mortals, and that shall be wrought hereafter. He, Lord, is the decider, so shall it be as he shall will. The ox creator said, to the Lord with outspread hands we too would pray, my soul and that of the pregnant cow, so that we too urge wisdom with entreaties. Destruction is not for the right living, nor for the cattle tender at the hands of liars. Then spoke Lord of wisdom himself, who knows the law with wisdom. There is found no lord or judge according to the right order, for the Creator has formed you for the cattle tender and the farmer. This ordinance about the fat has the Lord of wisdom, one in will with the right, created for cattle, and the milk for them that crave nourishment, by his command, the Holy One. The ox and cow expressed, whom have you, O good thought, among men who may care for us too? Good mind said, he is known to me here who alone has heard our commands, even the pure wonder-worker. He wills to make known our thoughts, O wisdom, and those of the right. So let us bestow on him charm of speech. Then the ox soul lamented, that I must be content with the ineffectual word of an impotent man for my protector, when I wish for one that commands mightily. Whenever shall there be one who shall give him the ox effective help? The wonder-worker said, do ye, O Lord, grant them strength, and O truth, and O good thought, that dominion whereby he the Savior could produce good dwellings and peace. I also have realized you, wisdom, as the first to accomplish this. Where are right and good thought and dominion, so you men acknowledge me for instruction, wisdom for the great society. The ox and cow expressed, O Lord, now help is ours. We are ready to serve those who belong to you. Chapter 30. Now I will proclaim to those who will hear the things that the understanding man should remember, for songs unto the Lord, and prayers to good thought. Also the felicity that is with the heavenly lights, which through the right shall be beheld by him who wisely thinks. Hear with your ears the best things, look upon them with clear-seeing thought, for decision between the two beliefs, each man for himself before the great consummation, bethinking you that it be accomplished to our pleasure. Now the two primal spirits, who reveal themselves in vision as twins, are the better and the bad, in thought and word and action. And between these two, the wise ones chose correctly, the foolish not so. And when these two spirits came together in the beginning, they created life and not life, and that at the last worst existence shall be to the followers of the lie, but the best existence to him that follows right. Of these two spirits, he that followed the lie chose doing the worst things. The holiest spirit chose right, he that clothes him with the massive heavens as a garment. So likewise they that are willing to please Lord of Wisdom by dutiful actions. Between these two, the divine beings to be rejected also chose not correctly, for infatuation came upon them as they took counsel together, so that they chose the worst thought. Then they rushed together to violence, that they might enfeeble the world of men. And to him, i.e. mankind, came dominion, and good mind, and right and piety, gave continued life to their bodies, and indestructibility, so that by your retributions, through molten metal, he may gain the prize over the others. So, when there comes their punishment for their sins, then, O wisdom, at your command shall good thought establish the dominion in the consummation, for those who deliver the lie, O Lord, into the hands of the right. So may we be those that make this world advance. O wisdom, and you other lords, come here, vouchsafing to us admission into your company and truth, in order that our thought may gather together while reason is still shaky. Then truly on the world of lie shall come the destruction of delight, but they who get themselves a good name shall be partakers in the promised reward in the fair abode of good thought, of wisdom, and of the right. If, O you mortals, you mark those commandments which wisdom has ordained, of happiness and pain, the long punishment for the follower of the truth opposer, and blessings for the followers of the right, then hereafter shall it be well. Chapter 31. Mindful of your commands, we proclaim words unpleasant for them to hear, that after the commands of the lie destroy the creatures of the right, but most welcome to those that give their heart to wisdom. If by reason of these things the better path is not in sight for choosing, then will I, the best gift of his righteousness is mine, offered to the Lord, whom he alone knows, that we may live according to the right. What award you give through the Holy Spirit and through the fire, and have taught through truth, to both the parties, and what the decision is for the wise, this do you tell us, wisdom, that we may know, even with the tongue of your own mouth, that I may convert all living men. If truth is to be invoked, and wisdom and the other lords and blessing, and divine force of devotion, do you seek for me, O good mind, the mighty dominion, by the increase of which we might vanquish the lie. Tell me therefore what ye, O you right, have appointed me as the better portion for me to determine, to know and to keep in mind, O you good thought, which portion they envy me. Tell me of all these things. O Lord of wisdom, that shall not or shall be. To him shall the best befall, who, as one that knows, speaks to me wright's truthful word of welfare and of immortality, even the dominion of wisdom which good thought shall increase for him. About which he in the beginning thus thought, let the blessed realms be filled with light. He it is that by his wisdom created right. Those realms that the best thought shall possess those you do exalt, O wisdom, through the Spirit, which, O Lord, is ever the same. I recognize you, O wisdom, in my thought, that you the first are also the last, that you are Father of the good mind, when I apprehend you with mine eye, that you are the true creator of the right, and are the Lord to judge the actions of life. Yours was the divine force of devotion, yours the ox creator, namely the wisdom of the Spirit, O Lord of wisdom, because you did give the cattle choice, whether to depend on a husband or one who is no husband. So she chose for herself out of the two the cattle-tending husband as her lord to guard the right, the man that advances good thought. He that is no husband, O wisdom, however eager he be, has no part in this good message. When you, O wisdom, in the beginning did create the individual and the individuality through your spirit and powers of understanding, when you did make life clothed with the body, when you made actions and teachings whereby one may exercise one's convictions at one's free will, then lifts up his voice the false speaker or the true speaker, he that knows or he that knows not, each according to his own heart and mind. Passing from one to another, divine force of devotion confers with the spirit in whom there is wavering. Whatever open or whatever secret acts may be visited with punishment, or whether a person for a little sin demands the highest punishment, of all this through truth you are aware, observing it with your flashing eye. These things I ask you, O Lord, how will these come and happen? The dues that in accord with the records are appointed for the righteous, and those, O wisdom, for the followers of the truth opposer, how shall these be when they come to the reckoning? This I ask, what penalty is for him who seeks to achieve kingdom for a liar, for a man of ill deeds, O Lord, who finds not his living without injury to the husband's cattle and men, though he does him no injury? This I ask, whether the understanding man who strives to advance the dominion over the house, or district, or land through truth, shall become like you, O Lord of wisdom. When will he be, and how will he act? Which is the greater, what the follower of truth or what the follower of truth opposer believe? Let him that knows inform the wise, no longer let him that knows nothing deceive. Be to us, O Lord of wisdom, the teacher of good thought. Let none of you listen to the words and commands of the follower of the truth opposer, for he brings house and clan and district and land into misery and destruction. Resist them with weapon. To him should we listen who has understood truth, to the wise healer of life, O Lord, who can or will establish the truth of the words of his tongue, when through your red fire, O wisdom, the assignment of rewards is made to the two parties. Whosoever comes over to the righteous, far from him hereafter, shall be long age of misery and darkness, ill food, and crying of woe. To such an existence, you followers of the lie, shall your own self bring you through your own action. Lord of wisdom, by virtue of his absolute lordship, will grant a perpetuity of communion with Lord of wholeness and the Lord of immortality, and with truth, with power, and with the good mind, to him that in spirit and in action is his friend. Clear it is to the man of understanding, as one who has realized it with his thought. He upholds truth together with good dominion by his word and deed. He will be, O Lord of wisdom, the most helpful helper to you. Chapter 32. The wonder-worker said, and his blessedness, even that of the Lord of wisdom, shall the nobles strive to attain, his community with the brotherhood. His, you divine beings, to be rejected, in the manner as I declare it. The representatives of the classes, As your messengers we would keep them far away that are enemies to you. To them the Lord of wisdom, who is united with good thought and is in goodly fellowship with the glorious right, through dominion replied, We make choice of your holy good piety, may it be ours. The wonder-worker said, But you divine beings to be rejected all, and he that highly honors you are the seed of bad thought, yes, and of the lie and of arrogance, likewise your deeds, whereby you have long been known in the seventh region of the earth. For you have brought it to pass that men who do the worst things shall be called beloved of the divine beings to be rejected, separating themselves from good thought, departing from the will of the Lord of wisdom and from right. Thereby you defrauded mankind of happy life and immortality, by the deed which he and the bad spirit, together with bad thought and bad word, taught you, you divine beings to be rejected, and the liars, so as to ruin mankind. The many sins by which he has succeeded in being famous, whether by these it shall be thus, this you know, by the best thought, O Lord, you who are mindful of each person's deserts. In your dominion, O wisdom, and that of truth, shall your decision thereon be observed. None of these sins will the understanding commit in eagerness to attain the blessing that shall be proclaimed, we know, through the glowing metal, sins the issue of which, O Lord of wisdom, you knows best. Among these sinners, we know, righteous king was included, the one man's son, who, desiring to satisfy men, gave our people flesh of the ox to eat. From these shall I be separated by you, O wisdom, at last. The teacher of evil destroys the lore. He by his teaching destroys the design of life. He prevents the possession of good thought from being prized. These words of my spirit I wail unto you, O wisdom, and to the right. He it is that destroys, who declares that the ox and the sun are the worst things to behold with the eyes, and has made the pious into liars, and desolates the pastures, and lifts his weapon against the righteous man. It is they, the liars, who destroy life, who are mightily determined to deprive matron and master of the enjoyment of their heritage, in that they would prevent the righteous, O wisdom, from the best thought. Since they by their lore would pervert men from the best doing, wisdom uttered evil against them, who destroy the life of the ox with shouts of joy, by whom wrath and his tribe are preferred to the right and the magician and the lordship of them that seek after the lie. Since wrath shall attain the realm in the dwelling of the worst thought, he and the destroyers of life, O wisdom, they shall lament in their longing for the message of your seer, who will stay them from beholding the right. To his undoing wrath and the sage kings have long devoted their purpose and energies, for they set themselves to help the liar, and that it may be said, The ox shall be slain, that it may kindle the averter of death to help us. Thereby has come to ruin the magician and the sage king community, through those whom they will not have to rule over their life. These shall be borne away from them both to the dwelling of good thought. Chapter 33. According as it is with the laws that belong to the present life, so shall the judge act with most just deed towards the man of the lie and the man of the right, and him whose false things and good things balance in equal measure. Whoso works ill for the liar by word or thought or hands, or converts his dependent to the good, such men meet the will of the Lord of wisdom to his satisfaction. Whose is most good to the righteous man, be he noble or member of the community or the brotherhood, lord, or with diligence cares for the cattle, he shall be hereafter in the pasture of the right and good thought. I who by worship would keep far from you, O wisdom, disobedience, and bad thought, heresy from the nobles, and from the community the lie, that is most near, and from the brotherhood the slanderers, and the worst herdsmen from the pastures of the cattle. I who would invoke your obedience as the greatest of all at the consummation, attaining long life, and the dominion of good thought, and the straight ways into right, wherein Lord of Wisdom dwells. I, as a sage leader, who would learn the straight paths by the right, would learn by the best spirit how to practice husbandry by that thought in which it is thought of. These twain of yours, O Lord of Wisdom, I strive to see and take counsel with them. Come here to me, O you best ones, here, O Wisdom, in your own person and visibly, O right and good thought, that I may be heard beyond the limits of the people. Let the august duties be manifest among us and clearly viewed. Consider you my matters whereon I am active, O good thought, my worship, O wisdom, towards one like you, and O right, the words of my praise. Grant, O welfare and immortality, your own everlasting blessing. That spirit of yours, wisdom, together with the comfort of the comrades twain who advance the right, let the best thought bring through the reform wrought by me. Sure is the support of those two whose souls are one. All the pleasures of life which you hold, those that were, that are, and that shall be, O wisdom, according to your good will, apportion them. Through good thought advance you the body, through dominion and right at will. The most mighty Lord of wisdom and piety and right that blesses our substance, and good thought and dominion, listen unto me. Be merciful to me, when to each man the restitution comes. Rise up for me, O Lord, through divine force of devotion give strength, through the holiest spirit give might. O wisdom, through the good restitution, through the right give powerful prowess, through good thought give the reward. To support me, O you that see far onward, do you assure me the incomparable things in your dominion, O Lord, as the destiny of good thought. O holy divine force of devotion, teach the moral sense about the right. As an offering the wonder-worker brings the life of his own body, the choiceness of good thought, action and speech unto wisdom, unto the right, obedience and dominion. Chapter 34. The action, the word, and the worship for which you, O wisdom, shall bestow immortality and right and dominion of welfare, through multitudes of these, O Lord, we would that you should give them. And all the actions of the good spirit and the holy man, whose soul follows the right, do you set with the thought thereof in your outer court, O wisdom, when you are adored with songs of praise. To you and to right we will offer the sacrifice with due service, that, in your established dominion, you may bring all creatures to perfection through good thought. For the reward of the wise man is forever secure, O wisdom, among you. Of your fire, O Lord, that is mighty through the right, promised and powerful, we desire that it may be for the faithful man with manifested delight, but for the enemy with visible torment, according to the pointings of the hand. Have you dominion and power, O wisdom, right and good thought, to do as I urge upon you, even to protect your poor man? We have renounced the robber gangs, both demons and men. If you are truly thus, O wisdom, right and good thought, then give me this token, even a total reversal of this life, that I may come before you again more joyfully with worship and praise. Can they be true to you, O wisdom, who by their doctrines turn the known inheritances of good thought into misery and woe? I know none other but you, O right, so do you protect us. For by these actions they put us in fear, in which peril is for many, in that the stronger puts in fear me, the weaker one, through hatred of your commandment, O wisdom. They that will not have the right in their thought, from them shall the good abode be far. These men of evil action who spurn the holy devotion, precious to your wise one, O wisdom, through their having no part in good thought, from them right shrinks back far, as from us shrink the wild beasts of prey. The man of understanding has instructed people to cling to action of this good thought, and to the holy devotion, Creator, comrade of the right. wise that he is, and to all hope, O Lord, that are in your dominion, O wisdom. And both your gifts shall be for sustenance, even nectar and ambrosia. Piety linked with the right shall advance the dominion of good thought, its permanence and power. By these, O wisdom, you do bless the foes of your foes. What is your ordinance? What willst thou? What of praise or what of worship? Proclaim it, wisdom, that we may hear what ordinances destiny will apportion. Teach us by right the paths of good thought that are blessed to go in. Even that way of good thought, O Lord, of which you did speak to me, whereon a way well made by right, the moral sense of the future benefactors shall pass to the reward that was prepared for the wise, of which you are determinant, O wisdom. The precious reward, then, O wisdom, you will give by the action of good thought to the bodily life of those who are in the community that tends the pregnant cow. The promise of your good doctrine, Lord, that of the wisdom which exalts communities through the right. O wisdom, make known to me the best teachings and actions. These, O good thought, and O right, the due of praise. Through your dominion, O Lord, assure us that mankind shall be capable according to your will. Chapter 35. We sacrifice to the Lord of wisdom, the holy Lord of the ritual order, and to the bountiful immortals, who rule correctly, who dispose of all correctly. And we sacrifice to the entire creation of the clean, the spiritual, and the mundane, with the longing blessing of the beneficent ritual, with the longing blessing of the benignant religion, the worshipper of wisdom faith. We are praisers of good thoughts, of good words, and of good actions, of those now and those hereafter. We implant them with our respect, and we do this the more, and yet the more since we are praisers of the good from whom they spring. That, therefore, would we choose, O Lord of wisdom, and you, O righteousness, the beauteous, that we should think and speak and do those thoughts and words and deeds among actual good thoughts and words and actions which are the best for both the worlds. And together with these gifts and actions which are thus the best, we would pray for the sacred cow, which represents the pure creation, that she may have comfort and have food from the famed, and from the humble, from the potent and the weak. To the best of good rulers is verily the kingdom, because we render and ascribe it to him, and make it thoroughly his own. To the Lord of wisdom do we ascribe it, and to righteousness the best. As thus both man or woman knows the duty, both thoroughly and truly, so let him or her declare it and fulfill it, and inculcate it upon those who may perform it as it is. We would be deeply mindful of your sacrifice and respect, yours, O Lord of wisdom, and the best, and we would be mindful of the nurture of the sacred cow, and that let us inculcate and perform for you according as we may, and for such praisers as we are. Under the shelter of the ritual order, let us do so in the active fulfillment of its precepts toward every one of the clean and better creatures which are fit to live, with a gift for both the worlds. Yes, those words and sayings, O Lord of wisdom, we would proclaim as righteousness, and as of the better mind, and we would make you the one who both supports us in our proclamation of them, and who throws still further light upon them as they are. And by reason of your righteous order, your good mind, and your sovereign power, and through the instrumentality of our praises of you, O Lord of wisdom, and for the purpose of still further praises, by your spoken words, and for still further spoken words through your worship, and for still further worships, would we thus proclaim them, and make you the bestower of our light. Chapter 36. We would approach you two, O you primeval ones, in the house of this your holy fire, O Lord of wisdom, you most bounteous spirit. Whoever brings defilement to your flame, you will, in turn, cover with defilement. But as the most friendly do you give us zeal, O fire of the Lord, and approach us, and with the loving blessing of the most friendly, with the praise of the most adored. Yes, may you approach to aid us in this, our greatest undertaking, among the efforts of our zeal. The fire of the Lord of wisdom are you verily, yes, the most bounteous one of his Spirit, wherefore yours is the most potent of all names for grace, O fire of the Lord. And therefore we would approach you, O Lord, with the help of your good mind which you do implant within us, with your good righteousness, and with the actions and the words inculcated by your good wisdom. We therefore bow before you, and we direct our prayers to you with confessions of our guilt, O Lord of wisdom. With all the good thoughts which you do inspire, with all the words well said and the deeds well done, with these would we approach you. And to your most beauteous body do we make our deep acknowledgments, O Lord of wisdom, to those stars which are your body, and to that one, the highest of the high. Chapter 37. Thus therefore do we worship the Lord of wisdom, who made the sacred cow the living creation, and the embodied righteousness which is incarnate in the clean, and the waters, and the wholesome plants, the stars and the earth, and all existing objects that are good. Yes, we worship him for his sovereign power and his greatness, beneficent as they are, and with priority among the ones worthy of worship, who abide beside the sacred cow, and care for her protection and support. And we worship him under his name as Lord, to wisdom dear, the most beneficent of names. We worship him with our bones, and with our flesh, with our bodies and our life. And we worship the spiritual guardians of the saints, of holy men and holy women, and righteousness the best do we worship, the most beauteous, the bountiful immortal, and that which is endowed with light in all things good. And we worship the good mind of the Lord, and his sovereign power, and the good faith, the good law of our thrift, and piety the ready mind within your folk. Chapter 38. And now we worship this earth which bears us, together with your wives, O Lord of wisdom. Yes, those your wives do we worship which are so desired from their sanctity. We sacrifice to their zealous wishes and their capabilities, their inquiries as to duty, and their wise acts of pious reverence, and with these their blessedness, their full vigor and good portions, their good fame and ample wealth. O you waters, now we worship you, you that are showered down, and you that stand in pools and vats, and you that bear forth, our loaded vessels, you female lords of the Lord, you that serve us all in helpful ways, well forded and full-flowing, and effective for the bathings, we will seek you, and for both the worlds. Therefore did the Lord of wisdom give you names, O you beneficent ones, when he who made the good bestowed you. And by these names we worship you, and by them we would ingratiate ourselves with you, and with them would we bow before you, and direct our prayers to you with free confessions of our debt. O waters, you who are productive, and you maternal ones, you with heat that suckles the frail and needy before birth, you waters that have once been rulers of us all, we will now address you as the best and the most beautiful. Those are yours, those good objects of our offerings, you long of arm to reach our sickness or misfortune, you mothers of our life. Chapter 39. And now we sacrifice to the sacred cow's soul and to her created body, and we sacrifice to the souls of cattle who are fit to live for us, and whose we are, such as are the same to them. And we worship the souls of those beasts which are tame and broken in, and of wild herds, and the souls of the saints wherever they were born, both of men and of women, whose good consciences are conquering in the strife against the divine beings to be rejected, or will conquer, or have conquered. And now we worship the bountiful immortals, all the good, and both those male and those female by their names. The males among them do we worship, ever living and ever helpful, who dwell beside the pious, and the females thus the same. As you, O Lord of wisdom, have thought and spoken, as you have determined, and have done these things affecting what is good. Therefore do we offer to you, therefore do we ascribe to you our praises, and worship you, and bow ourselves before you. And therefore would we direct our prayers to you, Lord, with confessions of our sin. And we thus draw near to you together with the good kinship of our kindred, with that of righteousness, the blessed, and the good law of thrift and energy, and the good piety, the ready mind within your folk. Chapter 40. And now in these your dispensations, O Lord of wisdom, do you wisely act for us, and with abundance with your bounty and your tenderness as touching us, and grant that reward which you have appointed to our souls, O Lord of wisdom. Of this bestow upon us for this world and the spiritual, and now as part thereof do you grant that we may attain to fellowship with you and your righteousness for all duration. And do you grant us, O Lord, men who are righteous, and both lovers and producers of the right as well. And give us trained beasts for the pastures, broken in for riding and for bearing, that they may be in helpful companionship with us, and as a source of long-enduring vigor, and a means of rejoicing grace to us for this. So let there be a kinsman lord for us, with the laborers of the village, and so likewise let there be the clients or the peers, and by the help of those may we arise. So may we be to you, O Lord of wisdom, holy and true, and with free giving of our gifts. Chapter 41. Praises and songs and adorations do we offer to the Lord of wisdom, and to righteousness the best. Yes, we offer and we ascribe them, and proclaim them. And to your good kingdom, O Lord of wisdom, may we attain forever, and a good king be you over us. And let each man of us, and so each woman, thus abide, O you most beneficent of beings, and for both the worlds. Thus do we render you, the helpful one worthy of worship, endowed with good devices, the friend of them who worship you with well-adjusted ritual. So may you be to us our life, and our body's vigor, O you most beneficent of beings, and that for both the worlds. Agreed, let us win and conquer long life, O Lord of wisdom. In your grace, and through your will, may we be powerful. May you lay hold on us to help, and long, and with salvation, O you most beneficent of beings. Your praisers and divine word speakers may we be called, O Lord of wisdom. So do we wish, and to this may we attain. What reward most meet for our deserving you have appointed for the souls, O Lord of wisdom? Of that do you bestow on us for this life, and for that of mind. Of that reward grant this advantage, that we may come under your protecting guardianship, and that of righteousness forever. We sacrifice to that brave worship, the worship of these 7 chapters, the holy, the ritual chief. Chapter 42. We worship you, O you bountiful immortals. The entire collection of this worship, 7 chapters as we sum up all, and we sacrifice to the fountains of the waters, and to the fordings of the rivers, to the forkings of the highways, and to the meetings of the roads. And we sacrifice to the hills that run with torrents, and the lakes that brim with waters, and to the corn that fills the cornfields. And we sacrifice to both the Protector and the Creator, to both the Wonder-worker and the Lord. And we sacrifice to both earth and heaven, and to the stormy wind that wisdom made, and to the peak of high delight, and to the land, and all things good. And we worship the good mind in the living and the spirits of the saints. And we sacrifice to the fish of 50 fins, and to that sacred beast, the unicorn which stands in wide expanse, and we sacrifice to that sea of wide expanse where he stands, and to the divine plant, golden flowered, growing on the heights. Yes, to the divine plant that restores us and aids this world's advance. We sacrifice to the divine plant that drives death far away, and to the flood streams of the waters, and to the great flights of the birds, and to the approaches of the fire sage leaders, as they approach us from far away, and seek to gain the provinces, and spread the ritual lore. And we sacrifice to the bountiful immortals all. Chapter 43. To each several man, to whom the Lord of Wisdom, ruling at his will, grant after the petitioner's will, I will after his will, that he attain permanence and power, lay hold of the right. Grant this, O piety, the destined gift of wealth, the life of the good thought, and it shall be for him the best of all things. After his longing for bliss, may one be given bliss, through the provident most Holy Spirit, O wisdom, even the blessings of good thought, which you will give through the right all the days with joy of enduring life. May he attain to that which is better than the good, who would teach us the straight paths of blessedness in this life, here, of the body and in that of thought. True paths that lead to the world where the Lord of Wisdom dwells, a faithful man, well-knowing and holy like you, O wisdom. Then shall I recognize you as strong and holy, O wisdom, when by the hand in which you yourself do hold the destinies that you will assign to the liar and the righteous, by the glow of your fire, whose power is right, the might of good thought shall come to me. As the Holy One, I recognize you, Lord of Wisdom, when I saw you in the beginning at the birth of life, when you made actions and words to have their meed, evil for the evil, a good destiny for the good, through your wisdom, when creation shall reach its goal. At which goal you will come with your Holy Spirit, O wisdom, with dominion, at the same with good thought, by whose action the settlements will prosper through the right. Their judgments shall piety proclaim, even those of your wisdom which none can deceive. As the Holy One, I recognized you, Lord of Wisdom, when good thought came to me and asked me, Who are thou? To whom you do belong? By what signs will you appoint the days for questioning about your possessions and yourself? Then I said to him, To the first question, the wonder-worker am I, a true foe to the liar, to the utmost of my power, but a powerful support would I be to the righteous, that I may attain the future things of the infinite dominion, according as I praise and sing you, O wisdom. As the Holy One, I recognize you, Lord of Wisdom, when good thought came to me. To his question, For which will you decide? I replied, At the gift of adoration to your fire, I will bethink me of the right so long as I have power. Then show me right upon whom I call. Associating him with piety, I have come here. Ask us now what things are here for you to ask, for your asking is as that of a mighty one, since he that is able should make you as a mighty one possessed of your desire. As the Holy One, I recognized you, Lord of Wisdom, when good thought came to me, when first by your words I was instructed. Shall it bring me sorrow among men, my devotion, in doing that which you tell me is the best? And when you said to me, To right you shall go for teaching, then you did not command what I did not obey. Speed you, ere my obedience come, followed by treasure-laden destiny, who shall render to men severally the destiny of the twofold award. As the Holy One, I recognized you, Lord of Wisdom, when good thought came to me to learn the state of my desire. Grant me that which none may compel you to allow, the wish for long continuance of blessed existence that they say is in your dominion. If your provident side, such as an understanding man who has the power would give to his friends, comes to me by the dominion through the right, then I will bestir myself to set myself in opposition, against the foes of your law, together with all those who are mindful of your words. As the Holy One, I recognized you, Lord of wisdom, when good thought came to me, when the best good thinker taught me to declare, "Let not men seek again and again to please the liars, for they make all the righteous enemies." And the wonder-worker himself, O Lord, chooses each one of your holiest spirit, O wisdom. May right be embodied full of life and strength. May piety abide in the dominion bright as the sun. May good thought give destiny to men according to their works. Chapter 44. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, as to prayer, how it should be to one of you. O Lord of wisdom, might one like you teach to a friend such as I am, and through friendly right give us support, that good thought may come to us. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, whether at the beginning of the best existence the restitutions shall bring blessedness to him that meets with them. Surely he, O right, the Holy One, who watches in his spirit the transgression of all, if himself the benefactor of all that lives, O wisdom. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, who is by generation the Father of the right at the first, who determined the path of sun and stars, who is it by whom the moon waxes and wanes again? This, O wisdom, and yet more, I am willing to know. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, who upholds the earth beneath and the firmament from falling, who the waters and the plants, who yoked swiftness to winds and clouds, who is, O wisdom, creator of good thought. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, what artist made light and darkness? What artist made sleep and waking? Who made morning, noon, and night, that call the understanding man to his duty? This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, whether what I proclaim is verily the truth. Will right with its actions give aid at the last? Will piety, will good thought announce from the dominion? For whom have you made the pregnant cow that brings good luck? This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, who created together with dominion the precious piety? Who made by wisdom the son obedient to his father? I strive to recognize by these things you, O wisdom, creator of all things through the Holy Spirit. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord. I could keep in mind your design, O wisdom, and understand correctly the maxims of life which I ask of good thought and right. How will my soul partake of the good that gives increase? This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, whether for the self that I would bring to perfection, that of the man of insight, the Lord of dominion would make promises of the sure dominion, one of your likenesses, O wisdom, who dwells in one abode with the right and good thought. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, the religion which is best for all that are, which in union with the right should prosper all that is mine, will they duly observe it, the religion of my creed, with words and action of piety, in desire for your future good things, O wisdom? This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, whether piety will extend to those to whom your religion shall be proclaimed. I was ordained at the first for this by you. All others I look upon with hatred of spirit. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, who among those with whom I would speak is a righteous man, and who a liar? On which side is the enemy? On this, or is he the enemy, the liar who opposes your blessings? How shall it be with him? Is he not to be thought of as an enemy? This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, whether we shall drive the lie away from us to those who, being full of disobedience, will not strive after fellowship with the right, nor trouble themselves with counsel of good thought. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, whether I would put the lie into the hands of the right, to cast her down by the words of your lore, to work a mighty destruction among the liars, to bring torments upon them and enmities, O wisdom. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, if you have power over this to ward off from me through the right, when the two opposing hosts meet in battle according to those decrees which you will firmly establish. Whether is it of the two that you will give victory? This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord. Who is victorious to protect by your doctrine all that are? By vision assure me how to set up the judge that heals the world. Then let him have obedience coming with good thought unto every man whom you desirest, O wisdom. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, whether through you I shall attain my goal, O wisdom, even attachment unto you, and that my voice may be effectual, that welfare and immortality may be ready to unite according to that promise with him who joins himself with the right. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord, whether I shall indeed, O right, earn the reward, even 10 mares with the stallion and a camel, which was promised to me, O wisdom, as well as through you, the future gift of welfare and immortality. This I ask you, tell me truly, Lord. He that will not give the reward to him that earns it, even to the man who, fulfilling his word, gives him what he undertook, what penalty shall come to him for the same at the present? I know that which shall come to him at the last. Have the divine beings to be rejected ever exercised good dominion? And I ask of those who see how for the divine beings to be rejected, sake the magician and the wish give cattle to violence, and how the sage king made them continually to mourn, instead of taking care that they make the pastures prosper through the right. Chapter 45. I will speak forth. Hear now and listen now, you from near and you from far that desire instruction. Now observe this in your mind, all of you, for he is revealed. Never shall the false teacher destroy the second life, the liar, in perversion by his tongue into evil belief. I will speak of the spirits, too, at the first beginning of the world, of whom the holier spoke thus to the enemy. Neither thought, nor teachings, nor wills, nor beliefs, nor words, nor deeds, nor selves, nor souls of us to agree. I will speak of that which Lord of Wisdom, the all-knowing, revealed to me first in this earthly life. Those of you that put not in practice this word as I think and utter it, to them shall be woe at the end of life. I will speak of what is best for the life. Through truth I have come to know, O wisdom, who created it, the life, the father of active good thought, but his daughter is the good working divine force of devotion. The all-observant Lord is not to be deceived. I will speak of that which he, the holiest, declared to me as the word that is best for mortals to obey, while he said, They who for my sake render him obedience shall all attain unto welfare and immortality by the actions of the good Spirit, he Lord of Wisdom. I will speak of him who is the greatest of all, praising him, O right, who is bounteous to all that live. By the Holy Spirit let the Lord of Wisdom listen, in whose adoration I have been instructed by good thought. By his wisdom let him teach me what is best. Even he whose 2 awards, whereof he ordains, men shall attain, who so are living or have been or shall be. In immortality shall the soul of the righteous be joyful, in perpetuity shall be the torment of liars. All this does the Lord of Wisdom appoint by his dominion. Him you should seek to win for us by songs of adoration in your mind. Now indeed have I seen it with mine eye, the kingdom of the good spirit and of good action and word, since I have learnt to know the Lord of Wisdom through the right. Let us offer him respect in the house of song. Him you should seek to propitiate for us together with good thought, who at his will makes us well-being or woe. May the Lord of Wisdom by his dominion bring us to work, for prospering our beasts and our men, so that we may through the right have familiarity with good thought. Him you should seek to exalt with prayers of piety, him that is called Lord of Wisdom forever, for that he has promised through his own right and good thought that welfare and immortality shall be for us in his dominion strength and perpetuity in his house. Whoso therefore in the future lightly esteems the divine beings to be rejected, and those mortals that lightly esteem him, even all others save that one who highly esteems him, unto his shall the holy moral sense of the future deliverer, as Lord of the house, be friend, brother, or father, O Lord of wisdom. Chapter 46. To what land shall I go to flee? Where to flee? From nobles and from my peers they sever me, nor are the people pleased with me, nor the liar rulers of the land. How am I to please you, Lord of wisdom? I know wherefore, O wisdom, I have been unable to achieve anything. Only a few herds are mine, and therefore it is so, and because I have got but few people. I cry unto you, see you to it, O Lord, granting me support a friend gives to friend. Teach me through the right what the acquisition of good thought is. When wisdom shall the sunrisings come forth for the world's winning of the right, through the powerful teachings of the wisdom of the future deliverers? Who are they to whose help good thought shall come? I have faith that you will yourself fulfill this for me, O Lord. The liar stays the supporter of the right from prospering the cattle in district and province, infamous that he is, repellent in his actions. Whoso wisdom robs him of dominion or of life, he shall go before and prepare the ways of the good belief. If an understanding man should be able to hold one who comes over from his vow and his ties of faith, himself having brought him thereto, and living according to the ordinance, a righteous man converting a liar, then shall he, when he is sure of him, tell it to the nobles, that they may protect him from injury, O Lord of wisdom. But whoso, when thus approached, should refuse his aid, he shall go to the abodes of the company of the liar. For he is himself a liar, who is very good to a liar. He is a righteous man, to whom a righteous man is dear, since you have created men's selves in the beginning, O Lord. Whom, O wisdom, can one appoint as protector for one like me, when the liar sets himself to injure me, other than your fire and your thought, through actions of which too the right will come to maturity, O Lord? In this lore do you instruct my very self. Whoso is minded to injure my possessions, from his actions may no harm come to me. Back upon himself may they come with hostility, against his own person all the hostile acts, to keep him far from the good life, wisdom, not from the ill. Who is it, the faithful man, he, who first taught that we honor you as mightiest to help, as the holy righteous Lord over action? What your right made known, what the ox creator made known to right, they would willingly hear through your good mind. Whoso, man or woman, does what you, Lord of wisdom, knows as best in life, as destiny for what is right, give him the dominion through good thought. And those whom I impel to your adoration, with all these will I cross the bridge of the separator. By their dominion, the magicians and the sage kings accustomed mankind to evil actions, so as to destroy life. Their own soul and their own self shall torment them when they come where the bridge of the separator is, to all time-dwellers in the house of the lie. When among the laudable descendants and posterity of the divine protection of the neighbors the right arises, through activity of piety that blesses substance, then shall good thought admit them, and the Lord of wisdom give them protection at the fulfillment. Whoso among mortals has pleased the wonder-worker by his willingness, a man deserving of good fame, to him shall Lord of wisdom give life, to him shall good thought increase substance. Him we account to be a familiar friend with your right. O the wonder-worker, what righteous man is your friend for the great covenant? Who wills to have good fame? It is the good-minded king at the consummation. Those whom you will unite in one house with you, these will I call with words of good thought. You great ancestor, I will declare unto you so that you can discern the wise and the unwise. Through these actions you shall acquire right, according to the primeval laws of the Lord. My close noble friend, Go there with those faithful whom we both desire to be in blessedness, where with the right is united piety, where the dominion is in possession of good thought, where the Lord of wisdom dwells to give it increase. When, O wise counselor, when I recount your wrongs, not your successes, and with your obedience the prayers of your loyalty, before him who shall separate the wise and the unwise through his prudent counselor, the right, even he, Lord of wisdom. He that holds unto me, to him I promise what is best in my possession through the good thought, but enmities to him that shall set himself to devise enmity to us, O wisdom and the right, desiring to satisfy your will. That is the decision of my understanding and thought. He who accomplishes for me, even the wonder-worker, in accordance with the right, that which best agrees with my will, to him as earning the reward of the other life shall be that of 2 pregnant cows, with all things whereon his mind is set. These things you will bring to pass for me, who best knows how, O wisdom. Chapter 47. For his Holy Spirit and for best thought, deed and word, in accordance with the right, the Lord of wisdom with dominion and piety shall give us welfare and immortality. The best work of this most Holy Spirit he fulfills with the tongue through words of good thought, with work of his hands through the action of piety, by virtue of this knowledge. He, even wisdom, is the Father of the right. You are the Holy Father of this Spirit, which has created for us the luck-bringing cattle, and for its pasture, to give it peace, has created piety, when he had taken counsel, O wisdom, with good thought. From this Spirit have liars fallen away, O wisdom, but not the righteous. Whether one is Lord of little or of much, he is to show love to the righteous, but be ill unto the liar. And all the best things which by this Holy Spirit you have promised to the righteous, O Lord of wisdom, shall the liar partake of them without your will, who by his actions is on the side of ill thought. Through this Holy Spirit, Lord of wisdom, and through the fire, you will give the division of good to the 2 parties, with support of piety and right. This verily will convert many who are ready to hear. Chapter 48. When at the recompensings the right shall slay the liar, so that what was long since made known shall be assigned to eternity, to divine beings to be rejected and men, then will it exalt with your blessings, Lord, him who prays to you. Tell me, for you are he that knows, O Lord, shall the righteous slay the liar before the retributions come which you have conceived? That was indeed a message to bless the world. For him that knows, that is the best of teachings, which the beneficent Lord teaches through the right, he the Holy One, even yourself, O wisdom, that knows the secret lore through the wisdom of good thought. Whoso, O wisdom, makes his thought now better, now worse, and likewise his self by action and by word, and follows his own inclinations, wishes, and choices, he shall in your purpose be in a separate place at last. Let good rulers rule us, not evil rulers with the actions of the good lore, O piety. Perfect you for man, O you most good, the future birth, and for the cow skilled husbandry. Let her grow fat for our nourishing. She, the divine force of devotion, will give us peaceful dwelling. She will give lasting life and strength. She, the beloved of good thought. For it, the cattle lord of wisdom, made the plants to grow at the birth of the first life through the right. Violence must be put down. Against cruelty make a stand, you who would make sure of the reward of good thought through the right, to whose company the holy man belongs. His dwelling place shall be in your house, O Lord. Is the possession of your good dominion, wisdom, is that of your destiny assured to me, Lord? Will your manifestation, O you right, be welcome to the pious, even the weighing of actions by the good Spirit? When shall I know whether you have power, O wisdom and right, over everyone whose destructiveness is a menace to me? Let the revelation of good thought be confirmed unto me. the future deliverer, should know how his own destiny shall be. When, O wisdom, will the nobles understand the message? When will you slay the filthiness of this intoxicant, through which the magicians evilly deceive, and the wicked lords of the lands with purpose fell? When, O wisdom, shall piety come with the right, with dominion the happy dwelling rich with pasture? Who are they that will make peace with the bloodthirsty liars? To whom will the lore of good thought come? These shall be the deliverers of the provinces, who exert themselves, O good thought, in their action, O truth, to fulfill their duty, face to face with your command, O wisdom. For these are the appointed slayers of violence. Chapter 49. Ever has binding been for me the greatest obstacle, I who desire to give satisfaction to those who are neglected. O right, O wisdom. With good Ada come to me, support me firmly. Prepare for him his ruin, O good thought. The perverter of this binding has for a long time impeded me, the liar who has fallen away from right. He cares not that holy devotion should be his, nor takes the counsel with good thought, O wisdom. And in this belief of ours, O wisdom, right is laid down for blessing, in the heresy the lie, for ruin. Therefore I strive for the fellowship of good thought, I forbid all intercourse with the liar. They who make the increase of violence and cruelty with their tongues, the foes of cattle nurture among its friends, whose ill deeds prevail, not their good deeds. These shall be in the house of the divine beings to be rejected, the place for the self of the liar. But he, O wisdom, happiness and satiety be his who links his own self with good thought, being through the right and intimate of piety. And with all these may I be in your dominion, Lord. I request you too, O wisdom and the right, to say what are the plans of your will, that we may discern how we might teach the religion of such as you, O Lord. And this let good thought hear. O wisdom, let the right hear. Do you also listen, O Lord? Which men of the brotherhood, what noble is it, according to the law, who brings to the community fame? On my close friend do you bestow the most gladsome fellowship with the right. This I ask you, O Lord of wisdom, and on myself the hold on what is good in your dominion. To all eternity we would be your messengers. Let the helper hear the ordinance, he that is created to bring deliverance. The man of right words is no regarder of fellowship with the liar, if they that are partakers of the right are to make theirselves partake in the best reward at the judgment, O wise counselor. And this, O wisdom, will I put in your care within your house, the good thought and the souls of the righteous, their worship, their piety and zeal, that you mayest guard it, O you mighty dominion, with abiding power. But those who belong to an evil dominion, who commit evil deeds, speak evil words, and harbor evil thoughts and lies, their souls shall be met with evil sustenance. In the house of lies they shall find their dwelling. What help have you, O right, for the wonder-worker that calls upon me? What have you, good thought, for me who with praises seeks your favor, O Lord of wisdom, longing for that which is best in your possession? Chapter 50. The wonder-worker said, Can my soul count on anyone for help? Who is there found for my herd, who for myself, a protector indeed, at my call other than the right and yourself, O Lord of wisdom and the best thought? How, O wisdom, should one seek the fortune-bringing cattle, desiring that they come to him with the pasture? They that live uprightly according to the right, among the many that look upon the sun, those whom they stand in judgment, I will settle in the dwellings of the wise. The wonder-worker said, So this reward shall come to him through the right, O wisdom, this reward which by the dominion and good thought he promised, whomsoever by the power of his destiny prospers the neighboring possession that now the liar holds. I will worship you with praise, O Lord of wisdom, joined with the right and best thought and dominion, that they, desired of pious men, may stand as judges on the path of the obedient unto the house of song. Assured by you, O Lord of wisdom and right, are the pointings of the hand, since you are well disposed to your seer, which shall bring us to bliss, together with visible, manifest help. The seer wonder-worker, O wisdom, who lifts up his voice in worship as a friend of truth, may the Creator of wisdom teach me his ordinances through good thought, that my tongue may have a pathway. For you I will harness the swiftest steeds, stout and strong, by the promptings of your praise, that you may come here, O wisdom, right, and good thought. Ever with verses that are recognized as those of pious zeal, I will come before you with outstretched hands. O wisdom, before you, O you right, with worship of the faithful man, before you with all the capacity of good thought. With those prayers I would come and praise you, O wisdom, and you right, with actions of good thought. If I be master of my own destiny as I will, then will I take thought for the portion of the wise in the same. Those actions that I shall achieve, and those done previously, and those, O good thought, that are precious in your sight, the rays of the sun, the shimmering uprisings of the days, all is for your praise, O you right and the Lord of wisdom. Your praiser wisdom will I declare myself and be, so long, O right, as I have strength and power. May the Creator of the world accomplish through good thought its fulfillment of all that most perfectly answers to his will. Chapter 51. The good, the precious dominion, as a most surpassing portion, shall right achieve for him that with zeal accomplishes what is best through his actions, O wisdom. This I will now work out for us. Before all, O Lord of wisdom, assure me the dominion of your possession, O right, and what is yours, O piety. Grant your dominion of blessings through good thought to the one who prays. Let your ears attend to those who in their deeds and utterances hold to your words, Lord and right, to those of good thought, for whom you, wisdom, are the first teacher. Where is the restitution for wrong to be found? Where pardon for the same? Where shall they attain the right? Where is the holy devotion? Where is best thought? Your dominions, where are they, O wisdom? All this I ask, whether the husband shall find cattle in accordance with the right, he that is perfect in action, a man of understanding, when he prays to him, who has promised unto the wise true judge, in that he is Lord of the two destinies. Even he, Lord of wisdom, who through his dominion appoints what is better than good to him that is attached to his will, but what is worse than evil to him that obeys him not at the last end of life. Give me, O you that did create the ox and waters and plants, welfare and immortality, by the highest spirit, O wisdom, strength, and continuance through good thought at the judge's sentence. Of these two things will I speak, O wisdom, for one may speak to the wise. The ill that is threatened to the liar, and the happiness of him who clings to the right. For he, the seer, is glad of everyone who says this to the wise. What restitution you will give to the two parties by your red fire, by the molten metal, give us a sign of it in our souls, even the bringing of ruin to the liar, of blessing to the righteous. Whoso, other than this one, seeks to kill me, wisdom, he is a son of the lie's creation, ill-willed thus towards all that live. I call the right to come to me with good destiny. What man is friend to the wonder-worker, O wisdom? Who will let himself be counseled by right, with whom is holy devotion, or who, as an upright man, is intent on the brotherhood of good thought? The sage king's reckless behavior did not please the pure wonder-worker at the winter gate, in that he prevented him from taking refuge with him, and when there came to him also the wonder-worker's two steeds shivering with cold. Thus the self of the liar destroys for himself the assurance of the right way, whose soul shall tremble at the revelation on the bridge of the separator, having turned aside with deeds and tongue from the path of the right. The magicians will not obey the statutes and ordinances concerning husbandry, for the pain they inflict upon the cattle, fulfill upon them through their actions and judgments that judgment which at the last shall bring them to the house of the lie. When the wonder-worker has promised to the men of his brotherhood, which in the house of song Lord of wisdom has first attained. For all this I have looked through your blessings, good thought, and those of the right. The good-minded sage king has the creed which the holy Lord of wisdom with the right has devised, together with the dominion of the brotherhood and the path of good thought. So be it accomplished after our desire. The fair form of one that is dear has my close noble friend promised unto me. May the sovereign Lord of wisdom grant that she attain possession of the right for her good self. This creed the wise counselor chooses through the right, lordly in substance. This dominion they choose who have part in good thought. This grant me, Lord, that they may find in you, wisdom, their protection. The man himself, O convert, has set this before him after conceiving it in his own self. He that would see life indeed, to him will he make known what in actions by wisdom's ordinance is better during this existence. Your blessings shall you give us, all that are one in will, with whom right, good thought, piety, and wisdom are one according to promise, giving your aid when worshipped with reverence. By piety the man becomes holy. Such a person advances the right through his thinking, his words, his action, his self. By good thought the Lord of wisdom will give thee dominion. For this good destiny I long. He, I ween, that Lord of wisdom knows among all that have been and are, as one to whom, in accordance with the right, the best portion falls for his prayer. These will I reverence by their own names, and go before them with honor. Chapter 52. I pray with benedictions for a benefit and for the good, even for the entire creation of the holy and the clean. I request for them for the generation which is now alive, for that which is just coming into life, and for that which shall be hereafter. And I pray for that sanctity which leads to prosperity, and which has for a long time afforded shelter, which goes on hand in hand with it, which joins it in its walk, and of itself becoming its close companion, as it delivers forth its precepts, bearing every form of healing virtue which comes to us in waters, appertains to cattle, or is found in plants, and overwhelming all the harmful malice of the divine beings to be rejected, and their servants who might harm this dwelling and its Lord, bringing good gifts and better blessings, given very early and later gifts, leading to successes, and for a long time giving shelter. And so the greatest and the best and most beautiful benefits of sanctity fall likewise to our lot for the sacrifice, respect, favor-winning appeals, and the praise of the bountiful immortals, for the bringing prosperity to this abode, and for the prosperity of the entire creation of the holy and the clean, and as for this, so for the opposition of the entire evil creation. And I pray for this as I praise through righteousness, I who am beneficent, those who are likewise of a better mind. Chapter 53. The wonder-worker said, The best possession known is of the pure wonder-worker, which is that Lord of wisdom will give him through the right the glories of blessed life unto all time, and likewise to them that practice and learn the words and actions of his good religion. Then let them seek the pleasure of wisdom with thoughts, words, and actions, unto him praise gladly, and seek his worship, even the good-minded king, and the wonder-worker's son, the Spitamid, with my close friend, making straight the paths for the religion of the future deliverer, which Lord ordained. Him, O wife of the wonder-worker, your scion of the wonder-worker's father and the noble family, youngest of the wonder-worker's daughters, has the wonder-worker appointed as one to enjoin on them the fellowship with good thought, right, and wisdom. So take counsel with your own understanding, with good insight, practice the holiest works of piety. Wise counselor said, "Earnestly will I lead her to the faith, that she may serve her father and her husband, the farmers and the nobles, as a righteous woman serving the righteous. The glorious heritage of good thought shall Lord of Wisdom give to her for all time." The wonder worker said, "Teachings address I to maids marrying, and to you bridegrooms giving counsel. Lay them to heart, and learn to get them within yourselves in earnest attention to the life of good thought. Let each of you strive to excel the other in the right, for it will be a prize for that one. So is it, in fact, you men and women. Whatever happiness you look for in the follower of the thing that will be snatched away from his person. To them the liars, crying woe, shall be ill food, paradise shall be lost to them, that despite righteousness. In such wise you destroy for yourselves the spiritual life. And to you shall accrue the reward of the brotherhood, in so far as the most faithful zeal is in your flesh and blood. There, where the spirit of the liar, cringing and cowering, shall fall down into destruction. If you separate yourselves from the brotherhood, then will woe be your word at the end of things. So they whose deeds are evil, let them be deceived, and let them all howl, abandoned to ruin. Through good rulers, let him bring death and bloodshed upon them, and peace from these their assaults unto the happy villagers. Grief let him bring on those, he that is the greatest with the Lord of death, and soon let it be. To men of evil creed belongs the place of corruption. They that set themselves to condemn the worthy, despising righteousness, forfeiting their own body. Where is the righteous Lord who shall rob them of life and freedom? Your wisdom is the dominion whereby you can't give to the right living poor man the better portion. Let the spirit of unity, the desired friend and peersman, draw near for grace to the men and to the women who are taught of the wonder worker, for the joyful grace of the good mind, whereby the conscience may attain its wished-for restitution. I pray for the sacred reward of the ritual order, which is likewise so much to be desired, and may the Lord of Wisdom grant it, or cause it to increase. We sacrifice to the force of divine virtue, the powerful, the victoriously slaying, the opponent of assaulting malice, the greatest of the sentences of the holy ritual order, and we sacrifice to the bounteous songs that rule supreme in the ritual, the holy and august, and we sacrifice to worship praises which were the productions of the world of old. Chapter 55. We present hereby, and we make known, as our offering to the bountiful songs which rule as the leading chants within the appointed times and seasons of the ritual, all our landed riches, and our persons, together with our very bones and tissues, our forms and forces, our consciousness, our soul, and spiritual guardian. That which songs may be to us, which are our guardians and defenders, and our spiritual food, yes, which may be to our souls both food and clothing, such are these songs to us, guardians and defenders, and spiritual food, even such they are, both food and clothing to the soul. And may they be to us for this our offering abundant givers of rewards, and just and righteous ones, for the world beyond the present, after the parting of our consciousness and body. And may these praises of the offering come forth and appear for us with power and victorious assault, with health and healing, with progress and with growth, with preparation and protection, with beneficence and sanctity, and abounding with gifts toward him who can understand. Yes, let them appear with free liberality to the enlightened. Let them appear as wisdom, the most beneficent, has produced them, he the one who is victorious when he slays, and who helps the settlements advance for the protection and the guarding of the religious order of the settlements which are now being furthered, and of those which shall bring salvation to us, and for the protection of the entire creation of the holy and the clean. And may you, O Truth, who abidest within the songs, give to every holy man who comes with this prayer for a blessing, and endeavoring to help himself according to his good thoughts, and words, and deeds. We are therefore worshipping both the divine righteousness and the good mind, and the bountiful songs that rule as the leading chants within the times and the seasons of the holy ritual order. And we worship praises which were the production of the ancient world, those which are now recollected and put in use, those which are now learned and taught, those which are being held in mind, and so repeated, those remembered and recited, and those worshipped, and thus the ones which further the world through grace in its advance. And we worship the parts of worship praises, and their recitation as it is heard, even their memorized recital, and their chanting, and their offering is complete. Chapter 56. Let divine conscience, the listening obedience, be present here for the worship of the Lord of wisdom, the most beneficent and holy, of him who is desired by us, as at the first, so at the last. And so again may attentive obedience be present here for the worship of the Lord of wisdom, the most beneficent and the holy, who is so desired by us. Yes, let divine conscience, the attentive obedience, be present here for the worship of the good waters, and for the spiritual guardians of the saints which are so desired by us, as at the first, so at the last. And thus again may divine conscience, the listening obedience, be present here for the worship of the good waters, and for the spiritual guardians of the saints which are so desired by us. Let divine conscience, the listening obedience, be present here for the worship of the good waters. Yes, let the good obedience be here for the worship of the good and bountiful immortals who rule correctly and dispose of all correctly, the good, and for the worship of the good sanctity, or blessedness, who is closely knit with the righteous order, to perfect us and to incite us. May divine conscience be here present for the worship of the good waters, he the good and the holy, as at the first, so at the last. And so again may divine conscience the good be present here for the worship of the good waters, and of the good and bountiful immortals, and of blessedness the good, who is closely knit with the righteous order, to perfect and to incite us. Yes, we worship divine conscience, the blessed and the stately, who slays with victory, and who furthers the settlements in their advance, the holy Lord of the ritual order. A blessing is righteousness called the best, and so on. Appealing to divine conscience, the blessed, the mighty, the incarnate word of reason, whose body is the divine word, him of the daring spear, devoted to the Lord for his sacrificial worship, respect, appeal, and praise. We worship divine conscience, the blessed, the stately, him who slays with the blow of victory, and who furthers the settlements, the holy, ruling as the ritual Lord. Him do we worship, who in the creation of wisdom the first adored Lord, with the wand spread, who worshipped the bountiful immortals first, who worshipped both the Protector and the Creator, who are both creating all things in the creation. For his splendor and his glory, for his might and the blow which slays with victory, I will worship him with the worship of the ones worthy of worship, with a worship loud intoned, him obedience, the blessed, with the consecrated waters, and the good blessedness, the lofty and the heroic messenger, the stately, and may he draw near to us to aid us, he who slays with victory, obedience the blessed. We worship divine conscience, obedience the blessed, and that lofty Lord who is Lord of wisdom himself, him who has attained the most to this our ritual, him who has approached the nearest to us in our celebrations. And we worship all the words of the wonder-worker and all the deeds well done for him, both those that have been done in times gone by, and those which are yet to be done for him in times to come. We worship divine conscience the blessed and the stately, him who slays with the blow of victory, who prospers the settlements, the holy ritual Lord, who first spread forth the wand, and the 3 bundles, and the 5 bundles, and the 7 bundles, and the 9, till it was heaped for us knee-high, and to the middle of the thighs, for the bountiful immortals, for their worship, and their respect, and their favor winning, and their praise. For his splendor and his glory, for his might, and the blow which slays with victory, I will worship him with the worship of the ones worthy of worship, with a worship loud intoned, him obedience the blessed, with the consecrated waters. We worship divine conscience the blessed, the stately, who slays with the blow of victory, who furthers the settlements, the holy ritual chief, who first chanted the songs, the 5 songs of the wonder-worker, the pure one, the holy with the fashion of their meters, and after the well-constructed order of their words, together with the commentary which they contain, and the questions which they utter, and the answers which they give, for the bountiful immortals, for their sacrifice and respect, their favor-winning appeals, and their praise. We worship divine conscience, the blessed and the stately, who slays with the blow of victory, and who furthers the settlements, the holy ritual chief, who for the poor among our men and women built a mighty house, who after sunset, and with his leveled battle-axe, slays wrath-bloody wounds, and having struck the head, casts him lightly to the earth, as the stronger slays the weaker. We worship divine conscience, the blessed and the stately, him who slays with the blow of victory, who furthers the settlements, the holy ritual chief, as the energetic and the swift, the strong, the daring and redoubted hero, who comes back from all his battles and comes from them a conqueror, who amid the bountiful immortals sits as companion at their meeting. We worship divine conscience, the blessed, who is the strongest and most persistent of the youths, the most energetic and the swiftest, who, of all the youths, strikes most with terror aye from far away. Far from this house, this village, and this tribe, and from this country, the evil and destructive terrors shall depart. In the dwelling of that man in whose abode obedience the blessed, who slays victoriously, is satisfied and welcomed. There is that holy man who thus contents him most forward in thinking better thoughts, in speaking truthful ritual words, and in doing holy deeds. We worship divine conscience, the blessed and the stately, who is the conqueror of the kingship, and the divine protector, who was the slayer of the lie demon of the divine beings to be rejected, the one veritably powerful, the destroyer of the world, who is the guardian and watchman over all the migrations of the tribes, who sleeplessly and vigilant guards the creatures of the Lord, who sleeplessly and with vigilance saves them, who with halberd raised on high guards all the corporeal world after setting of the sun, who has never slept in quiet since the 2 spirits made the worlds, nor terror-stricken does he turn in fear before their power. But before him all the divine beings to be rejected turn in fear against their will, and rush to darkness in their fear. We worship divine conscience, the blessed, whom divine plant worshipped on the highest height of high delight, he divine plant, the reviver and the healer, the beautiful, the kingly, of the golden eye, of the gracious words, of the warning and the guarding words, who intones our songs on every side, who possesses understanding and of every brilliant form, which abounds in many an explanation and revelation of the word, who has the first place in the divine word. We worship divine conscience, the blessed, whose house stands with its 1,000 pillars, as victorious, on the highest height of high delight, self-lighted from within, star-studded from without, to whom the will of the Lord has come, the acts of victory, and the 7 chapters, and the holy word which slays with victory, and all the worship sections. We worship divine conscience, the blessed, by whose might and victorious power, and wise conduct, and full knowledge, the bountiful immortals descend upon this earth of 7 quarters. Who as teacher of the law will stride forth upon this earth with its dwellers in the body, and ruling as he will? And in this religion, Lord of Wisdom has been confessed with faith, and the good mind likewise with him, and righteousness the best, and divine kingdom, and piety the bounteous, and the universal well-being and immortality. And the question to the Lord is asked, and wisdom's lore is written. O divine conscience, you blessed one, and stately, protect us for the lives, yes, for both, for that of this world which is corporeal, and for the world of mind, against unhappy death, and the remorseless wrath of pillage, against the hosts with ill intent, who lift their bloody spears against us, yes, against their assaults whom the wrath demon will set on, and creation demon-made. Therefore may you, O divine conscience, the blessed and the stately, grant swiftness to our teams, soundness to our bodies, and abundant observation of our foes, and their slaying as we mark them, and their sudden death. We worship divine conscience the blessed, whom 4 racers draw in harness, white and shining, beautiful and powerful, quick to learn, and fleet, obeying before speech, heeding orders from the mind, with their hooves of horn gold-covered, fleeter than our horses, swifter than the winds, more rapid than the raindrops as they fall. Yes, fleeter than the clouds, or well-winged birds, or the wee-shot arrow as it flies, which overtake these swift ones all as they fly after them pursuing, but which are never overtaken when they flee, which plunge away from both the weapons hurled on this side and on that, and draw divine conscience with them, the good divine conscience and the blessed, which from both the weapons, those on this side and on that, bear the good obedience the blessed, plunging forward in their zeal, when he takes his course from India on the east, and when he lights down in the west. We worship obedience the blessed and the stately, who though lofty and so high, yes, even to the girdle, yet stoops to wisdom's creatures, who thrice within the day, and 3 times of a night, will drive on to that region of divine peace, called the luminous, as he holds in both the hands and poises his knife-like battle-axe, which flies as of itself, and to cleave the divine beings to be rejected skulls, to hew down evil spirit, the wicked, and to hew down pillage of the bloody spear, to hew down the divine beings, to be rejected of the prosperous place, and every demon. We worship divine conscience, the blessed and the stately, him who slays with victory, both here and not here, and on this entire earth. And we worship all the gifts of divine conscience, the blessed, the mighty, and the strong, whose body is the divine word. Yes, we worship all the martial gifts of divine conscience, the mighty, both armed with shielding armor, and a warrior strong of hand, skull-cleaver of the divine beings to be rejected, conquering the endowments of the conqueror, the holy conqueror of the conqueror, and his victorious powers, and he ascendancy which it bestows, and we worship this ascendancy of divine consciences, the same which conquers theirs, and that of righteousness do we praise as well, and every house by divine conscience guarded do we worship, wherein the blessed friendly divine conscience is befriended and made welcome, where the holy man is far advanced in holy thoughts and righteous words and deeds. For his splendor and his glory, for his might, which slays with victory, I will worship him with the worship of the ones worthy of worship, with a worship loud intoned, him obedience, the blessed, with the consecrated waters, and the good blessedness, the lofty, and the heroic messenger, the stately, and may he come to us to aid us, he who slays with victory, obedience the blessed. Chapter 58. Introduction. To the increase of our respect and praise of God, we offer this service which, as our defense, may shield us, which is worship with its beneficent results. And blessedness is with it of a verity and piety as well. And let this our worship shelter us from the divine beings to be rejected and from the evil-minded man. And to this worship do we confide our settlements and persons for protection and care, for guarding and for oversight. And in this worship will we abide, O Lord of wisdom, and with joy. In this worship do we exercise our choices, and to it will we approach, and to it will we belong. Yes, to revering worship will we confide our settlements and persons for protection and for care, for guarding and for oversight, to such worship as is the praise of such as you. The owner of herds is the righteous one, and he is victorious when he strikes, and thus he is the best. For the herd owner is the father of the sacred cow by the help of him who follows the ritual order, and he is the father of the holy man as well, and of the sanctified creation. He is in verity the bestower of blessings, and to him, O you bountiful immortals, we render, and his do we make your greatness, your goodness, and your spiritual beauty, and let this man, the cattle owner, approach to guard over us. And may he be our watchman together with the righteous order, and with store for our nourishment and full generous liberality, together with sharing of the goods, with gentleness, and with Lord of Wisdom's sacred fire. O you bountiful immortals, as you have made us, so do you save us, holy men, and saintly women as we are, and steadfast in the faithful. Save us, O you bountiful immortals, you who rule correctly and who dispose of all correctly. For none other do I know, save you. Then with your righteousness do you save us. And we offer hereby our thoughts and words and actions, our herds and men, to the bountiful Spirit. And may the creative stars of the Lord of Wisdom, the Creator, shine down on us, and round about us with full herds and heal your settlements, with heal your herds and heal your men, and with all in vigor and endowed with the blessing of the Lord. Praise to you, O fire of the Lord of Wisdom. I may you come to us in the greatest one of the engrossing interests, for the help of the great effort, for the joy-producing grace of the great interest of our cause. Grant us both well-being and deathlessness. We sacrifice to the entire collection of worship praises, with the careful structure of their language which has reached the most its object. And we offer our respect in our celebrations to your body, O Lord of Wisdom, the most beautiful of forms, these stars, and to that one, the highest of the high. Yes, we worship praises, which were the production of the world of old. Chapter 59. We worship the divine being of victory, the Lord made, the victorious blow, and we worship the Savior, who slays with victory, and we sacrifice to this wand with its sacred water and its girdle, which is its band and which is spread with sanctity, and we sacrifice to our own souls and to our own spiritual guardians. The Judge speaks, O good servant of the Lord, may that be yours which is better than the good. May you acquire that which is your own in the sacred water. May you attain to that reward which the divine invoker has been obtaining, who is far advanced in his good thoughts and words and deeds. The divine invoker speaks, may that happen to you likewise which is better than the good, and may that not happen which is worse than the evil, and may that likewise not be my lot. As our Lord is excellent, so is our Judge one who rules from his righteousness, a creator of mental goodness and of life's actions done for wisdom. And the kingdom is to the Lord, which to the poor will offer a nurturer. A blessing is truth called the best, and so on. We sacrifice to the will of the Lord. We sacrifice to the sacred order, the most beautiful, the bountiful, immortal. And we sacrifice to the holy word, the by-spoken. And we sacrifice to the entire collection of worship praises, yes, to the worship praises which were instituted in the world of yore. Chapter 60. Thus, that better than the good may he approach, who shows to us straight paths of profit appertaining to this bodily life, and to the mental likewise, in the eternal realms where dwells Lord. Yes, may he approach it, who is your worthy servant and good citizen, O great giver Lord. May these blessings approach this house, which are the wise perceptions of the saints, the sacred blessings bestowed through the ritual, their guileless characteristics, together with their recognition of what is due. And with these, the long-enduring prominence of this religion of the Lord's, the wonder-worker's faith. And may the sacred cow be now with greatest speed within the farmyard of this house. Most speedily may the rewarded sanctity and the strength of the holy man be here, most speedily as well Lord's lore. And may the good and heroic and bountiful spiritual guardians of the saints come here. And may they go hand in hand with us, with the healing virtues of their blessed gifts, as widespread as the earth, as far spread as the rivers, as high-reaching as the sun, for the furtherance of the better men, for the hindrance of the hostile, and for the abundant growth of riches and of glory. May divine conscience conquer disobedience within this house, and may peace triumph over discord here, and generous giving over avarice, reverence over contempt, speech with truthful words over lying utterance. May the righteous order gain the victory over the demon of the lie. As in this house, the bountiful immortals seek for good worships and good praises from the blessed divine conscience who governs here, and as they seek for one good sacrifice and act of respect, more especially their own, which is a good offering to them for our salvation, and a good offering in praise, together with a long continued offering of the entire self, let not then their brilliant glory ever desert this house, nor the bright abundance, nor an illustrious offspring, legitimately born, nor that long-continued companionship which is the furtherance of that good blessedness which teaches concerning glory. In order that our minds may be delighted, and our souls the best, let our bodies be glorified as well, and let them, O wisdom, go likewise openly unto heaven as the best world of the saints, as devoted to the Lord, and accompanied by the sacred order who is righteousness, the best, and the most beautiful. And may we see you, and may we, approaching, come around about you, and attain to entire companionship with you. And we sacrifice to the righteous order, the best, the most beautiful, the bounteous immortal. Chapter 61. Let us ring the bell loudly to bring forth the will of the Lord in our liturgy between heaven and earth, and let us send forth the sacred order in our prayer the same, and the holiest prayer. And let us send forth in our liturgies between heaven and earth the pious and good prayer of the pious man, for blessings, for the encounter with, and for the displacement of evil spirit with his creatures, which are likewise evil as he is, for he is filled with death for those whom he has made. Agreed, let us send that petition forth for the encounter with, and for the dislodgement of the divine strengths, and of the individual divine strength, the male and the female, to the last individual of each, and for the encounter with, and the dislodgement of the kingships, and of the individual royal descendants, male and female, and of the thieves and robbers, of the commentaries, and the sorcerers, of the covenant breakers, and of those who tamper with the covenants. Yes, we send it forth for the encounter with, and for the overthrow of the murderers of the saints, and of those who hate and torment us for our faith, and of those who persecute the ritual, and the tyrant full of death. Yes, let us ring the bell loudly to bring them forth for the encounter with, and the overthrow of the wicked, O the pure wonder-worker, whoever they may be, whose thoughts and words and works are not congenial to the holy ritual laws. And how shall we drive the demon of the lie from hence from us? Agreed, how shall we, the seers who are yet to serve and save your people, drive the truth opposer from hence, so that we, having power over her as being utterly without power, may drive her hence with blow from the 7 divine realms for the encounter with and for the dislodgement of the entire evil world. Chapter 62. I offer my sacrifice and respect to you, the fire, as a good offering, and an offering with our hail of salvation, even as an offering of praise with benedictions. To you, the fire, O Lord of Wisdom's Son. Meet for sacrifice are you, and worthy of our respect. And as meet for sacrifice, and thus worthy of our respect, may you be in the houses of men who worship wisdom. Salvation be to this man who worships you in verity and truth, with wood in hand, and wand ready, with flesh in hand, and holding to the mortar. And may you be ever fed with wood, as the prescription orders. Yes, may you have your perfume justly, and your sacred butter without fail, and yours and irons regularly placed. Be of full age as to your nourishment, of the canon's age as to the measure of your food, O fire, Lord Wisdom's Son. Be now aflame within this house. Be ever without fail in flame. Be all shining within this house. Be on your growth within this house. For long time be you thus to the furtherance of the heroic renovation, to the completion of all progress. Yes, even till the good, heroic millennial time, when that renovation shall have become complete. Give me, O fire, Lord of Wisdom's Son, a speedy glory, speedy nourishment, and speedy booty, and abundant glory, abundant nourishment, abundant booty, an expanded mind, and nimbleness of tongue for soul and understanding, even an understanding continually growing in its largeness, and that never wanders, and long-enduring virile power, an offspring sure of foot, that never sleeps on watch, and that rises quick from bed, and likewise a wakeful offspring, helpful to nurture or reclaim, legitimate, keeping order in men's meetings, drawing men to assemblies through their influence and word, grown to power, skillful, redeeming others from oppression, served by many followers, which may advance my line in prosperity and fame, and my community, and my group, and my province, an offspring which may deliver orders to the province as firm and righteous rulers. And may you grant me, O fire, Lord of Wisdom's Son, that whereby instructors may be given me, now and forevermore, giving light to me of heaven, the best life of the saints, brilliant, all glorious. And may I have experience of the good reward and the good renown, and of the long forecasting preparation of the soul. The fire of the Lord of Wisdom addresses this admonition to all for whom he cooks the night and morning meal. From all these, O pure one, he wishes to secure good care and healthful care as guarding for salvation, the care of a true praiser. At both the hands of all who come by me, I, the fire, keenly look. What brings the mate to his mate? Thus I say to him, the one who walks at large, to him who sits at home. And if this man who passes brings him wood, brought with good measure, that is with sacred care, or if he brings the wand spread with sanctity, or the divine plant, then afterwards the Lord of Wisdom's fire will bless him, contented, not offended, and in its satisfaction saying thus, May a herd of sacred cows be with you, and a multitude of men, may an active mind go with you, and an active soul as well. As a blessed soul may you live through your life, the nights which you shall live. This is the blessing of the fire for him who brings it wood well dried, sought out for flaming, purified with the earnest blessing of the sacred ritual truth. We strive after the onward flowing of the good waters, and their ebb as well, and the sounding of their waves, desiring their favor-winning appeals. I desire to approach them with my praise. Chapter 65. I will praise the water, mighty pure divine waters, the wide flowing as it is and healing in its influence, efficacious against the divine beings to be rejected, devoted to the Lord's lore, and to be worshipped with sacrifice within the corporeal world, furthering all living things and holy, helping on the increase and improvement of our herds and settlements, holy and increasing our wealth, holy and helping on the progress of the province, holy as she is. Mighty pure divine waters, who purifies the seed of all male beings, who sanctifies the wombs of all women to the birth, who makes all women fortunate in labor, who brings all women a regular and timely flow of milk, mighty pure divine waters with a volume sounding from far away, which is alone equal in its bulk to all the waters which flow forth upon earth, which flows down with mighty volume from high divine righteousness to the sea, wide expanse. And all the gulfs in wide expanse are stirred when it falls down. All the middle does well up when the mighty pure divine waters rushes in, when she plunges foaming into them, she, whose are 1,000 tributaries and 1,000 outlets, and each as it flows in or rushes out, is a 40 days' ride in length to a rider mounted well. And the chief outlet to this one mighty pure divine waters goes apart, dividing to all the 7 divine realms. And this outlet to my river, mighty pure divine waters, bears off its water always in summer and in winter. This, my river, purifies the seed of men and wombs of women and women's milk. Let the saints' spiritual guardians now draw near, those of the saints who live or have lived, of those born or yet to be born. Yes, let them come near which have borne these waters upstream from the nearest ones that lie below as the outlet pours away. Let not our waters be for the man of ill intent, of evil speech or deeds or conscience. Let them not be for the offender of a friend, not for an insulter of a wise man, nor for one who harms the workman, nor for one who hates his kindred. And let not our good waters, which are not only good, but best and wisdom made, help on the man who strives to mar our settlements, which are not to be corrupted, nor him who would mar our bodies, our uncorrupted selves, nor the thief or bludgeon-bearing ruffian who would slaughter the disciples, nor a sorcerer, nor a burier of dead bodies, nor the jealous, nor the niggard, nor the godless heretic who slays disciples, nor the evil tyrant among men. Against these may our waters come as torments. As destructive may these come, may they come to him who has done those first foul evils, as to him who does the last. O waters, rest still within your places while the invoking sage leader shall offer. Shall not the invoker make an offering to these good waters, and with the inculcated words? And how shall this be done? Will he not be silenced if he offers anything outside the prescribed ritual? Shall not the words be so delivered as the guardian teaches? Where shall the blessings be inserted? Where's the supplications with confessions? Where's the gifts of those that offer? It shall be only thus as Lord of Wisdom showed before to the wonder-worker, and as the wonder-worker taught the corporeal worlds, the men on earth. You shall pray the first petition to the waters, O the wonder-worker, and after that you shall offer the sacrificial offerings to the waters, sanctified and sought out with pious care. And you shall pronounce these words as follows, thus, O you waters, I request of you this favor, and grant you me this great one in whose bestowal you flow down to me for the bettering of my state with a never-failing truth. O you waters, I request of you for wealth of many kinds, which gives power to its holder, and for an offspring self-dependent whom multitudes will bless, and for whose wasting, or defeat, or death, or vengeful punishment, or overtaking, no one prays. And this do I request of you, O waters, this, O you lands, and this, you plants. This wealth and offspring I request of you, O you bountiful immortals, who rule correctly, who dispose of all correctly, O you good beings, male and female, givers of good things. And this I request of you, O you beneficent, mighty, and overwhelming spiritual guardians of the saints, and this of you, O the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures, and this of you, O blessed and stately divine conscience, and of you, O judgment the most just, and of you, O fire, Lord of wisdom's son, and of you, O lofty Lord, the royal sons of the water, of the fleet horses, agreed, of you all, you ones worthy of worship, bestowers of the better gifts and holy. And this do you therefore grant me, O you holy waters, and you lands, and grant me likewise what is still greater than this all, and still better than this all, and more beautiful, and more exceeding precious, and that is, immortality and welfare, O you ones worthy of worship, holy and ruling mightily, and powerful at once, and grant it speedily according to this song's word. Yes, by veritable grace, let that be done for us which is most encouraging of our well-being. And according to this further word again, grant me, you who are maker of the sacred cow, the plants and the waters, immortality, and likewise well-being, O Lord of wisdom, you most bounteous Spirit, and grant me these two eternal gifts through your good mind in the doctrine. Chapter 66. I am now offering this sacred water here with sanctity, together with the divine plant and the flesh, and the divine plant Lord lifted up with sacred regularity, as to you, O divine ruling one, for the favor-winning appeals of the Lord of wisdom, of the bountiful immortals, of divine conscience the blessed, and of the fire of the Lord of wisdom, the rituals, lofty Lord. Chapter 68. We offer this to you, O daughter of the Lord, as a help for life. If we have offended you, let this sacred water then attain to you for satisfaction, for it is yours with its divine plant, and its milk, and its divine plant Lord. And may you approach me for milk and for drink offering, a sacred water, as health, for healing, and for progress, for growth, and in preparation for ceremonial merit, for good renown, for equanimity, and for that victory which makes the settlements advance. Yes, we worship you with sacrifice, O you daughter of the Lord, with the sacrificial offerings of the good thought. And we worship, O Lord, one with the sacrificial offerings of the good word and deed, for the enlightenment of the thoughts and words and actions, for preparation for the soul, for the settlement's advance, and to prepare the saints endowed with ritual merit. And grant me, O you divine ruling one, heaven, and to have an offspring manly and legitimate, who may promote my house, my village, my tribe and province, and the authority thereof. We sacrifice to you, O you, Lord-aligned one, and we sacrifice to the sea, wide expanse, and to all waters upon earth, whether standing or running, or waters of the well, or spring waters which perennially flow, or the drippings of the rains, or the irrigations of canals. With this song from the spirit of the worship do we worship you, and with the respect which it offers, as it is the most legitimate worship, and respect of them all, because of righteousness the best. We sacrifice to the good waters, and to the best, which wisdom created. And we sacrifice to the two, to the milk and to the drink offering, which make the waters flow, and the plants sprout forth, opposing therein the divine beings, to be rejected dragon-made, for the arrest of that cheat, the female demon, and to contradict the insulting malice of the spiritual deceiver, the disturber and destroyer of our faith, and of the unholy tyrant full of death, and of the human divine beings to be rejected worshipper of hateful malice and intent. And may you hear our sacrificial chants, O you daughter of the Lord. Yes, be propitiated by our worship, O Lord-aligned one. And so may you be present at our worship. May you come to us to help, as we chant our full offered act of worship with the full offering of sacrificial offerings. If any man shall sacrifice to you, O you good waters, the Lord-aligned ones of the Lord, with the best and most fitting sacrificial offerings offered piously, to that man you give both splendor and glory, with health and vigor of the body and prominence of form. Yes, to him you give possessions which entail abundant glory, and a legitimate scion, and a long-enduring life, and heaven at the last, the best life of the saints, shining, all glorious. And now, give it to me as well, to the one who is offering this worship as a sage leader, and to us worshipper of wisdoms who are likewise offering sacrifice. Do you grant both the desire and knowledge of the path that is correct, to us colleagues and disciples, guardians of the divine essence and spiritual realms, men and women as well as children, and maids of the field who think good only for the overwhelming of oppression and of malice in the raids of the invader and in face of foes who hate. Grant to us both the desire of and the knowledge of that straightest path, the straightest because of righteousness, and of heaven the best life of the saints, shining, all glorious. As the Lord is excellent, so is the judge one who rules from the righteous order, a creator of mental goodness and of life's actions done for wisdom. And the kingdom is for the Lord, which to the poor may offer nurture. The divine invoker speaks. I plead with my benediction for a safe abode, for a joyful and a long abode for the dwellers in this village from whence these sacrificial offerings which I offer come. And I pray in my benediction for a safe abode, and a quiet and a joyful one, and a long abiding to every worshipper of Wisdom Village, and for an aid even with my wants, for an aid with salutations of salvation, and for one with praises, O fire, and for you, O Lord, aligned one of the Lord, do I ask the fullest act of worship. And I pray for spiritual protection for this province, and for healthfulness and healing. And I pray for it with my blessing for you pious men, for all. And I pray for him who is saintly with true goodness, whosoever he may be, between heaven and the earth, for 1,000 healing remedies, and for 10,000 of the same. Thus may it happen as I pray, and by this may I gain that blessing, the good blessedness our sanctity rewarded, and we address and we invoke religious zeal and capability, and the waters with our worship thus, O you good waters, since they are yours, do ye, as you are asked, grant splendor and grant glory, you who are well able so to give. And do ye, O you waters, grant once more that helpful blessing which was gained from you of old. Praise be to the Lord of wisdom, and to the bountiful immortals. Praise be to the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures. Praise to the fleet-horsed sun. Praise to the star which so we name, and with this sun, Lord of wisdom's eyes. Praise to the sacred cow, the herds of blessed gift. Praise to the first mortal life, and to the spiritual guardian of the wonder-worker first of saints. Yes, praise to the entire creation of the holy and the clean, to those now living, and to those just passing into life, and to those of days to come. And do you then, Lord, as in answer to these our prayers and songs of praise, cause us to prosper to salvation through your good mind, the sovereign power, and your righteous order in your ritual and law. Chapter 70. I would worship these the bountiful immortals with my sacrifice, those who rule correctly and who dispose of all correctly, and this one especially I would approach with my praise, Lord of wisdom. He is thus sung in our praise songs. Yes, we worship in our sacrifice that deity and Lord, who is Lord of wisdom, the Creator, the gracious Helper, the Maker of all good things. And we worship in our sacrifice the pure wonder-worker, that chieftain of the right. And we would declare those institutions established for us, exact and undeviating as they are. And I would declare forth those of the Lord of wisdom, those of the good mind, and of the sacred order who is righteousness the best, and those of the ideal kingdom, the realm to be desired, and those of the bountiful spiritual devotion, the piety within us, and those of well-being and immortality, and those which appertain to the body of the sacred cow, and to the sacred cow's soul, and those which appertain to the Lord of wisdom's fire, and those of divine conscience the blessed, and of judgment the most just, and those of the one of the divine covenant of the wide pastures, and of the good and holy wind, and of the good worshipper of wisdom, religion, and of the good and pious prayer for blessings, and those of the good and pious prayer which frees one from belying, and the good and pious prayer for blessing against unbelieving words. And these we would declare in order that we may attain unto that speech which is uttered with true religious zeal, or that we may be as seers of the provinces, that we may aid him who lifts his voice for wisdom, that we may be as seers who slay with victory, the befriended of the Lord of wisdom, and persons the most useful to him, holy men indeed who think good thoughts, and speak good words, and do good deeds, that he may approach us with the good mind, and that our souls may advance in good. Let it thus come. Yes, how may my soul advance in good? Let it thus advance. We praise the flood and ebb of the good waters, and their roar, and that high Lord, the royal sons of the water, the glittering one of the fleet horses, and this for the sacrifice and respect and favor-winning appeals and praise of the entire holy creation. And may divine conscience be here to aid us. Yes, we sacrifice to divine conscience, obedience the blessed. Chapter 71. My close friend, the holy, asked the saintly wonder-worker, "Answer me, O you most eminent, the wonder-worker, what is in very truth the memorized recital of the rites? What is the completed delivery of the songs?" Upon this, the wonder-worker said, "It is as follows. We worship the Lord of wisdom with our sacrifice as the holy Lord of the ritual order, and we sacrifice to the wonder-worker likewise as to a holy Lord of the ritual order, and we sacrifice also to the spiritual guardian of the wonder-worker, the saint, and we sacrifice to the bountiful immortals, the guardians of the saints, and we sacrifice to all the good, heroic, and bounteous spiritual guardians of the saints, of the bodily world on earth, and of the mental those in heaven, and we worship that one of ritual lords who attains the most his ends, and we sacrifice to that one of the ones worthy of worship, lords of the ritual order, who is the most strenuous, who gains the most, who reaches most to what he seeks, even that well-timed prayer, which is the prayer of that holy ritual Lord, and which has approached the nearest to us for our help. We sacrifice to the Lord of wisdom, the holy Lord of the ritual order, and we worship his entire body, and we worship the bountiful immortals all, and we worship all the ritual lords, and we sacrifice to the entire worshipper of wisdom faith, and we worship all the sacred meters, and we worship the entire bounteous divine word, even the entire system of the faith set up against the divine beings to be rejected, and we worship its complete and long descent, and we sacrifice to all the holy ones worthy of worship, heavenly and earthly, and we worship all the good, heroic, and bountiful spiritual guardians of the saints, and we worship all the holy creatures which wisdom created, and which possess the holy institutions, which were established holy in their nature, which possess the holy lore, and the holy sacrifice, which are holy and for the holy, and to be worshipped by the holy. And we worship all the 5 songs, the holy ones and the entire worship. And we sacrifice to all worship praises, and to all the words which wisdom spoke, which are the most fatal to evil thoughts, and words, and deeds, and which designate the evil thought, and word, and deed, and which then cut down and fell every evil thought, and word, and deed. And we sacrifice to the strength, the victory, the glory, and the speed of all these words, as they go forth for their work. And we sacrifice to all the springs of water, and to the water streams as well, and to growing plants and forest trees, and to the entire land and heaven, and to all the stars, and to the moon and sun, even to all the lights without beginning to their course. And we sacrifice to all cattle, and to the aquatic beasts, and to the beasts that live on land, and to all that strike the wing, and to the beasts that roam the plains, and to those of cloven hoof. And to all your good and holy female creatures in the creation do we sacrifice, O you, who are Lord of wisdom, the skillful maker, on account of which you have made many things and good things in your world. And we sacrifice to those male creatures in the creation which are yours and which are meet for sacrifice because of the sacred order of righteousness, the best. And we sacrifice to all the mountains, brilliant with holiness, and to all the lakes which wisdom created, and to all fires. And we sacrifice to all the truthful and correctly spoken words, even those which have both rewards and piety within them. Yes, we worship you for protection and shielding, for guarding and watching, and may you be to me for preparation. I call upon the songs here, the bountiful holy ones, ruling in the ritual order. Yes, we sacrifice to you, O you songs, for protection and shielding, for guarding and watching. Mine may you be as a preparation. For me, for mine own soul I call on you, and we would worship you for protection and for shielding, for guarding and for watching. And we sacrifice to well-being, the complete welfare, holy and ruling in its course in the ritual order. And we sacrifice to deathlessness, the immortal being of the good, holy, and ruling in the ritual order. And we sacrifice to the question of the Lord, and to his lore, the holy chiefs, and to the heroic 7 chapters, the holy Lord of the ritual order. Let the holy wonder-worker himself seek out a friend and a protector, and I say to you, O the wonder-worker, to make to you a friend holy beyond the holy and truer than the true, for that is the better thing. For he is evil who is the best to the evil, and he is holy to whom the holy is a friend, for these are the best of words, those which Lord of wisdom spoke to the wonder-worker. And do you, O the wonder-worker, pronounce these words at the last ending of your life. For if, O the wonder-worker, you shall pronounce these words at the last ending of your life, I, Lord of wisdom, will keep your soul away from hell. Yes, so far away shall I hold it as is the breadth and extension of the earth. As you do desire, O Holy One, so you shall be. Holy you shall cause your soul to pass over the bridge of judgment. Holy you shall come into heaven. You shall intone the song divine bliss, reciting the salvation hail. We sacrifice to the active man and to the man of good intent, for the hindrance of darkness, of wasting of the strength and life, and of distraction. And we sacrifice to health and healing, to progress and to growth, for the hindrance of impurity and of the diseases of the skin. And we sacrifice to the worship's ending words, to those which end the songs. And we sacrifice to the bounteous hymns themselves which rule in the ritual course, the holy ones. And we sacrifice to the praise songs of the worship which were the products of the world of yore. Yes, we sacrifice to all these sacrificial songs. And we sacrifice to our own soul and to our spiritual guardian. I praise, invoke, and I weave my song to the good, heroic, bountiful spiritual guardians of the saints, to those of the house and of the village, the district and the province, and to those of the spiritual leaders. And we sacrifice to the fire, Lord of wisdom's son, the holy ritual chief. And we sacrifice to this wand, haying the sacred water with it, and its girdle with it, and spread with sanctity, the holy ritual chief. And we sacrifice to the sons of the water, and to the heroic messenger, and to that one worthy of worship, the wise man's swift curse. And we sacrifice to the souls of the dead, and we sacrifice to that lofty Lord who is Lord of wisdom himself, and we pray for the sacred cow with these gifts and actions which are the best.